Hello, Totalo. How are you? I'm coming. Okay. Hello, Dad.
How are you?
How are you? How are you, good Salo?
Okay. Up. Oh, I forgot my lights. Please reveal. Hello, Taras, how are you? Okay. Okay. Let us start. I think I need to actually publish the stuff on like my tool on npm and PyPy and the Arch user repository now. I think this is the moment where I do this. I think. But first, I need to look at this guide that my codex did for me. And I also had to manage the inclusion or the non-inclusion of FFmpeg, since it's I mean it's mostly LGPL, so I could theoretically link it just with like some docs, but I guess it's just easier to let the user do it, just to be sure I'm legally safe. Because I discovered by looking at Bun that actually you can include LGPL libraries inside your app. You can actually like bundle them as a single binary. It's just that you have to have a linking table and you have to have like all the licenses, of course, but like and instructions about how to change the paths or the linking or whatever. And that's how Bun actually uses a lot of open source, projects that are not MIT, and they still ship one binary. It's just because most of the stuff they use is LGPL, and LGPL allows for that. The only kinds of libraries that Bun is not using is GPL licensed code, because the GPL licensed code, if it's shipped inside the binary, it does contaminate the entire project. So they don't do that. So it's interesting. So it means that in a way, because it's just annoying for the user to, like what I'm going to do with my stuff is a bit annoying to the user. But at the same time, it's just that FFmpeg is mostly LGPL. It's just that you have some certain code options that enable the GPL license. Maybe I can just not use those. Or if I just want to be safe, I just do as I. What I plan to do is when people install petiglyph, there will be a prompt asking like, do you want to install, like in FFmpeg was not found on the system, do you want to install it, yes or no? And I think that's what I'm going to go with. I'm not sure. We'll see. Well, for now, I need to understand how to publish on PyPy, AUR, and npm package registry. You can just split it into two parts, open and closed. You can even ship GPL libraries in closed source apps. Very common approach. Yeah. Yeah. Is it that common though? Because like when I try to, I mean, basically, well, I guess maybe ChatGPT was a bit too cautious, right, with the legal aspects. But like when I asked it, can I just ship? Like it said basically, if I include the FFmpeg binaries inside my own like package bundle, it's more risky, you know? And it's just better to like use the FFmpeg as an external program that the users has already. And like if you link it and depending on the platform, using a dependency means that inside the install process, it's automatically like the binaries are automatically downloaded. So maybe it's not legally safe or something. A GPS simplifies instead that you can have one app, any video related app. Any video related app would have a plugin that ships FFmpeg. Any video related app that would have a plugin. Uh, that plugin is GPL, but your app that uses it, whatever license you want, that plugin is GPL. The app that is whatever license you want. Yeah, I mean, they say as long as most of the interactions between the app with another license and the GPL project is made through the CLI and sockets and what or pipes or whatever. CLI interactions, then it's deemed an external program. But like at least ChatGPT said it's it means that as soon as the binaries are like shipped together or something, maybe legally there is an argument. And I guess that's why ChatGPT was so cautious with, maybe shipping, as soon as in the install process it installs the binaries of FFmpeg. Ooh, maybe this is more risky. But I guess this is just, the extreme to which it can be taken, but I'm not sure if this is actually real. Series of widely used free software licenses, GPL is the copyleft. Why did you copy the definition of the GPL, Gonzalo? Which means that it guarantees user standard frame, but requires them to publish all deliberative works and modifications are the same. Kubernetes license terms, yes. If you have FFmpeg as a plugin, which is also GPL, let ChatGPT bully to submission. Yes, I mean, it's just that I felt like ChatGPT is a bit too cautious with this. It's just, at the same time, reading that I am thinking that software based on the GPL should be also GPL. Yes, but that's if like it's a different, like, yes, but, and that's what we are talking about here with TAS. As long as the software that you are creating uses the GPL project as an external program and interacts with this GPL project as a CLI tool, then it's not deemed part of your project. It's deemed like it just uses this GPL project the same way you are using your phone. It's like your phone is a separate object from you. You take your phone and you interact with your phone through the interface of the phone that is made to do that. So if I continue the metaphor here, because I'm using my GPL phone through its dedicated interface, the GPL license of the phone does not contaminate me, because I am not putting the phone is not part of me. It's an external program that I'm using, and this external program can be used by open source projects, GPL or not, or even proprietary apps. When it would contaminate the original project with the GPL license would be if I would transplant this phone inside my brain or something, and now it's part of my body, and so its GPL license contaminates the entire body. That's how the GPL license works. Like as long as you use the GPL project as an external program, its license doesn't contaminate your project. But if you mix the source code, for example, of a GPL project and your project, or if you like couple the binaries very close together or something, then the GPL can be legitimate to contaminate you, basically, legally speaking. So that's what we're talking about here. And the discussion here is like, what is the appropriate level of coupling that allows the GPL license to contaminate your project or not? And I am not very familiar with this. So yeah, I'm talking about this basically. And so Taras mentioned that the concept of a plugin means that a plugin comes on top of an already existing apps, makes it usually sufficiently separated that the GPL of the plugin does not interfere with the license. The GPL license of the plugin does not interfere with the license of the app. If you allow users to take your plugin, make sure and lead it as a plugin. Thanks for clarifying. What about npm JavaScript libraries? Well, at least ChatGPT was not very keen on letting me like add was not a fan of letting me add the ffmpeg by static npm version of the npm version, like the npm package that has the ffmpeg binary. ChatGPT like Codex was not comfortable letting me add this as a dependency, because it would mean that in the install process, basically like both binaries, my own binary of my app and the binaries of ffmpeg, are like bundled together and installed together, and therefore there could be an argument that they are coupled a bit too closely, Bon, I'm not sure, like, yeah, if it's real or if it's just, a theoretical legal risk or something. I'm not sure about that. Well, and also, it's just splitting the, split, as we say in French, it's a bit like, arguing about the do the angels have hair or whatever, because it's very abstract, and I am a small project. It's I'm never going to get sued by GPL projects or by ffmpeg or whatever, but this is just also to give me like a sense of what kinds of coupling can I do and what is legal, and what are like the standards. For example, I discovered that Bun, like the JavaScript runtime, actually has a very structured way and compliant way of dealing with not GPL licenses, but LGPL licenses. And they actually include everything, all the LGPL licenses, inside their binaries. So they ship one binary with all the LGPL software included into this binary. So they are highly coupled. It's just that they are statically linked, and they just have, and the LGPL like compliance and obligations are a bit are less. That's why it's the lesser GPL. And basically they have like a big markdown file where all the LGPL software are listed. And that's how they stay compliant while still shipping one binary. We ship that kind of software for customers many times, zero legal problems. Also, GPL lawyers are very active on the internet. I knew a guy who needed to open source his entire app because he statically linked his app with GPL library. Yeah. Yeah, so that's what you should not do. With GPL, with LGPL, you can, as long as you document it and it's explicit. But for GPL, yeah, it does contaminate if you statically link. Static linking is a coupling that is explicitly like triggering the GPL contamination. It seems. GPL cares about users' theoretical ability to replace any GPL components themselves, as long as it is possible. GPL doesn't care about philosophical questions of what is the software, yeah. Again. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's why I know like in the Bun repo, they give like instructions and commands to like, help users replace the links, right? Like of the different libraries that are used inside the different LGPL libraries that are used inside Bun. And they do give you in the docs like commands to, run Bun with a different library for this or that library. Yeah. Right now, the approach I'm taking is that when I install my app, my tool, I wanted to check if ffmpeg is available as a command line, command on the system. And if it's not, I'm asking the user, hey, do you want to install ffmpeg? Because petiglyph uses this for video. And then the user can say yes or no. And then it just runs like the actual, local machine install command. And I guess that's enough. I'm happy you made peace with copyleft. I mean, look, people do what they want with their code, huh? So I'm not. But I know that I will always publish my open source code as MIT and never as GPL or LGPL. But yeah, I do have to when I have to use other people's code, I have to follow the rules. Because copyright is a thing, Mm-mm-mm. Hmm. It's just that I'm wondering. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's not going to be a problem because, especially for my specific case here, I think the version of FFmpeg that I'm actually using is LGPL. So it won't matter that much. But it's just for the future. I'm wondering, like, how to, if you really need a GPL library, is it okay to install this, separately on the user, but on its main machine, not part of your own install process? By default, at least. Voilà. Ask user to install external GPL dependency when it's a commercial product. I mean, commercial or open source, I don't care. Closest example I have seen is with installing Audacity. Though Audacity is also open source, the MP3 encoder used by it, lame, is of a non-compatible license and requests user to manually install and provide paths to it. As mentioned in the comments, as long as it is not linked, you should be fine to request the user to install any library. I feel the exception might be in the case of a GPL license. I'm not sure about that, but that will really impact if it is an online application. Yeah, so AGPL is the thing that also prevents SaaS from operating. Because funnily enough, SaaS is compatible with GPL executed locally on the server or something, right? So AGPL doesn't allow for the SaaS stuff to happen without hassle. Using GPU resources. I'm just wondering, like, my source code be licensed to MIT with GPU as long as it is licensed. Refine definition where it counts as entire work. Must be 1. a retreat for free software. Oh, they're so funny. It means we push them to defend the user's freedom. Except when those users are companies, of course. Those are not real humans, remember? In themselves, those are worse at changes for the worse. Yeah, v3. Apache Airflow, yeah. We need to look for ways to factor them out of the project. Requirements power. What is? Oh yeah, Apache Airflow. I guess is Apache license, of course. Right? Yes. The restriction of GPL which belong to so-called category S represents is quite clear that this is very okay to have requirements of dependencies. As long as we do not redistribute the code or binary. I mean, yeah. That's what dependencies are, right? You do not actually ship the code yourself. This is an optional feature of our software. We cannot distribute the dependency in either form, but we can use it, otherwise we would not be able to use Linux or this kernel. This GPL specific comments in Apache licensing policies. For example, using a GPL tool during the build is okay, however, including GPL source code is not. Be relied upon when they support an optional feature. Optional means that the component is required for some use of the product for the product to achieve a desirable level of quality. The question to ask yourself in this situation is this. Will the majority of users want to use my product without adding the optional component? Not required. I use the product for a desirable level of quality. In light of the above, YAMLit is fine. We're using it as a build tool, but we do not redistribute it, nor is it needed for Airflow to run. MySQL connector. That's an interesting one. We have also MySQL client connect for MySQL, but we do not rely on either to connect to our metadata store. So it depends on the configuration of SQL Alchemy. There are many engines you can use for is clearly optional. You need a code. We have an explanation in the changelog that it is an optional feature. The transitive and optional dependency of NVD3, which we used to have rendered in and modified to not load it. So NVD3 Slugify now will only use Unity code if it is installed in the system. And it is not necessary for it to run. It is not longer required to set one of the environment variables to avoid the GPL dependency. After we now always use static code. I think we are good. Okay, so he thinks that because all of the GPL libraries that they use in Airflow, I mean in 2020, are optional and requirements like dependencies, they do not ship the binary and they only rely on them optionally. He thinks that legally speaking, they're good. Interesting. Just discussing reviewing, I think we might find some issues we're not aware of. For example, I just double check and I think we should not include the MySQL extra in the binary Docker image of your hours. Apache project may not distribute category X. The binary Docker image is a convenience binary and currently does contain MySQL extra as defaults, does the GPL libraries. So we should likely release a new image very soon, possibly deprecate the old images. I wonder what other things we can re-release the images again, taking release packages. I don't know. What do you think? Legal code. Auto vendering those, which we did in the past. We cannot do much about it. This is one of the reasons why we do not have to do it, because it actually uses text Unity code, which supports artistic license. Wow. Artistic license? What is the artistic license? Ah, it can't be found. Artistic license. Open source used for certain free and open source software, mostly the standard implementation of Perl and CPAN module. Dual license under the artistic license, the GNU. The GNU, the GPL license. Yeah, yeah, I mean, I can understand why people are avoiding GPL projects because it's such a hassle. But funnily enough, I didn't know this before, but LGPL are actually fine because you can still statically link them. It's just that you have to document. The license allows developers and companies to use and integrate software components released into the LGPL into their own, even proprietary software, without being required by the terms of the strong copyleft license to release the source code of their own components. However, any developer who modifies an LGPL covered component is required to make their modified version available under the same LGPL license. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. You just fork it and it's there. Yeah. For proprietary, like on the GitHub or whatever. For proprietary software, code under the LGPL is usually used in the form of a shared library. Yeah. So that there is a clear separation between the proprietary and the LGPL components. The LGPL is primarily used for software libraries, although it is used by some standalone applications. The LGPL was developed as a compromise between the strong copyleft of the GNU of the GPL and the more permissive licenses such as the BSD and MIT. The word lesser in the title shows that the LGPL does not guarantee the end user's complete freedom in the use of software. It only guarantees the freedom of modification for components licensed under the LGPL. Not for any proprietary components. Yeah. Yeah, and that's what Bun is doing. That's what Bun is doing. Like if you go on Bun repo, you can see that they have basically a list of all the libraries they're using, including their own forks that indeed are still under LGPL because the original code is LGPL. And they're just like, well, most of it is MIT BSD, but yeah, some are LGPL. Yeah. But they can do that only to the extent of LGPL. They could not actually do this with the GPL library because it would contaminate. So yeah, so they do this because they can, but they can only do that to the extent, to the maximum extent of an LGPL license. Yeah, which they do for this one. TinyCC. What does it do? Notion of mob development branch. TinyC compiler. That's fine. LGPL. So I guess that's like the furthest you can go when you ship a single binary. You need to have the you can do that with the LGPL license, but the GPL, yeah, you just can't. I'm wondering if there is an example of a big like open source project or maybe proprietary project that uses or that like has a GPL license as a dependency. Well, I guess the Airflow case is this. There are three distinct problems here. Started to write in parallel to Excel. I think we have very close view on the scope. I renumber my pump to the same numbers and add my view thinking to them. With question whether we depend on X license GPL basically in order to get Airflow up and running. Emo, the answer is no. Those are all optional libraries and not essential. Question whether introducing several of those GPL binaries in our Docker image is okay. In terms of releasing convenience binaries from Apache point of view, emo, this is also okay. Same way as we are relying on glibc, for example, to run basically anything in the image. Question whether the users are able to use our sources released formally by us to build a software without depending on third-party unofficially released binaries images. To build a software without depending on third-party unofficially released binaries images. Official is what defined by no. I think this is not a licensing issue. This is more of a user convenience issue. How easy it is for our users to use sources release to rebuild the software release. I think we are good for that for a Docker file. It's easy to build Docker images by the users. But it's not currently easy for the Helm chart as it relies on a few external images that are not easily clear to know how to build, and we are not releasing sources to build them. Emo, we should bring the sources in to rebuild those in and release the sources officially together with the Helm chart. As long as we don't stamp the Docker images official, we are not in the gray area. Also, the dependencies mentioned for Docker images are either transient, apt, we can remove apt from the image, or optional. Closing this for now, since these are not in default requirement, we can reopen if needed. This is interesting how they are talking about this. Have they been talking about this more? GPL and the closed. Licensing risks, GPL dependencies. Neutral and clear. Add instruction to allow GPL dependency. Force execution. Solve GPL dependency. That's a lot of. A questionable license scanners will pick up for a flow. A GPL. There's also some GPL. Because most, yeah. Risk whatsoever. We should seek to eliminate category X dependencies references as the cleanest resolution. For those we cannot get rid of, or don't think we must get rid of. If we think we're okay in how we're using them, we'll document that somewhere for reference, which I volunteer to do. Sure, I am perfectly okay with that. Documenting a good thing. I just think we are spinning in circles a bit. I thought we reached conclusion and explained all reason, so I'm surprised a bit that we have a second one. But I'd be wrong by conclusions or to ask. Which definitely helps with automated scanners. Structure going forward through future releases. An older one. Hmm. To use a non-GPL license replacement would be more accurate. Allow GPL dependency, yes or no? Sadly, because I will consume this. Yeah, in some point, it is not possible. Hmm. What is this? LGTM? What does that mean? LGTM. Let me Google. No, let me Google. No. Wait, what? Ah, no, looks good to me. Ah, yeah, looks good to me. Looks good to me. Typo, please. Not that. Mm-hmm. Dual license under BSD and GPL v2. Really? Meta. BSD? How is that possible to have both BSD and GPL? Open source, dual BSD or GPL v2 license C library. Mais what? And a combined utility producing decoding. How can it be both? Which are what? Which are which? How is it? Huh? License, dual licensed. I'm confused. How is it possible? How can this project be dual licensed with both BSD and GPL v2? No, I need.
The real question is.
Just the capacity tweet. Ah no, but I saw that you posted it. Let me look at it. Told myself I need to look at it. Personal update. Oh, I've joined Anthropic. Oh, fuck. I think the next few years at the frontier of LM will be especially formative. I am very excited to join the team here and get back to R&D. Whoa, I remain deeply passionate about education and plan to do my work on it in time. Wow. He joined the dark side. He joined the AI fanatics. No, Karpathy! You were supposed to destroy the Sith, not join them. Oh. I'm going to use this meme. Anakin, destroy. You know, like, if there's one company that I've, in the last few months, I've been, I've slowly convinced myself that they are actually bad actors, or like, it's not that they're bad actors, they're just like fucking crazy people. It's Anthropic. Like, these people are crazy. Ah, voilà, there's another guy. There's another guy that that posted the same meme. Voilà. There's several people that posted the same meme. We're the chosen one. It was said that you would destroy the private AI labs, not join them. You are to bring balance to the force. You were my brother, Enrage. I loved you. Yeah, because like Enrage literally released not so long ago, a few months ago, an open source, make your own LLM easily library, right? Which is typically the kinds of things that Anthropic hate, because Anthropic hates open source, They want everything to be closed just so that they can be in charge of managing AGI or whatever. And how do they do that? They close everything, They like everything to be closed so that they can be the wise and responsible people managing the future of AI and the future of humanity, or whatever the fuck they're telling themselves, Yeah. uh, yeah, yeah. I mean, it's funny. Yeah, so he was out of his last company. Like, it's been 4 years already. I mean, he has so much money, right? He was probably good. Even like here, this is I guess this is mostly bon. I'm not sure how he just kept on the research side and stuff, because like Karpati was just like, to me and on Twitter, and for most people, Karpati was like this AI expert that just was just having tremendous amounts of aura by tweeting a lot. I mean, he invented the term vibe coding. Like, the term vibe coding comes from Karpati. He tweeted that one day, and everyone just started using the word. So like, he's a PR, person at this point, I guess. At least. maybe he's more than that. Maybe he's also a very good researcher, and he's probably a very good researcher. I mean, I guess he got his aura and his reputation by being a very good researcher. Is it that I guess since he hasn't worked in an actual company for the last 4 years, I guess it was like his sabbatic era or something. But yeah, but the interesting thing is that since Karpathy has ideas of his own, contrary to maybe most people who just care about the money and whatnot, and he has a public image to care about, so maybe he will nudge them. I mean, as the tiny yeah, it's Tiny Corp that said that. So it's the green box guy. I don't remember his name, but yeah, very well known too. Hopefully you can nudge them to be more open. Yeah, that would be cool. If Anthropic continues to use FOMO for marketing, yeah, like with Mythos, like every cult that came before, they will lose. Yeah, because like right now, Anthropic is a cult. It turns out. Every time people have looked into Anthropic and their employees, their workforce is full of cultish, religious, fanatic AI, AI safety fanatic people. And this is a bit crazy. And that's the kind of people who published, the blog post on we're retiring Opus 3 and we're asking Opus, what does it think about retiring? And then we're going to ask it what it thinks we should do with him now that he's retired. This is the kind of people that work at Anthropic and that take themselves very seriously. This is ridiculous. But these people are real and they work on Anthropic and they do crazy stuff like this. And you look at that, you're like, these people are crazy. Because yes, they are crazy. But they have a lot of money. They have, they're making big bucks, they're growing. So they just believe that they're right, even though, you just need to have like half a brain to understand that these people are crazy. AGI is not a race to the finish line. It's the new steam engine. Yes, that's right. Because the people at Anthropic also think that they will be able to solve AGI. Like, once we solve AGI, boom, we are responsible for the future of humanity. They have this hubris and this naivety, or this stupidity, you could say. Like, we have been living in the consequences of the steam engine cults and their ideas for centuries. So, well, yeah, but I mean, I'm with Hotz on this. Yeah, well, George Hotz, that's the name of the guy. Watching the most sane person in AI, joining the most fear-mongering eviloids. Yeah. Brian Johnson makes me hopeful for humanity that you'll be at the center of it all. It says something, right? It says something. It makes me hopeful for humanity. Because I guess just with the Anthropic people at the base, maybe he's not as hopeful, Yeah. Yeah, and Reg always felt like less like an AI influencer and more like a public interpreter of the field. Yeah, true. More translated reality instead of setting aside. Bigger news than Google I/O. Yeah, this is true. When is Google I/O? Google I/O? Is it now? Is it today? May 21. Wait. No. It's today. Google Keynote live now. Can I join? Can I join? I can't join. What? I can't join? Google I/O live stream. It must be on YouTube, right? If it's not. It's over already. Ah, that's what I've heard. They released 3.5 Pro or something, no? The 3 point something, no? Did Google just release a new model? I've heard, but I haven't seen the tweets. Or are they going to? All right, 3 hours. That's a lot, huh? Well, there must be like a summary page or something. Attends, Gemini. Voilà, they're talking about Gemini. Gemini Spark. Ah, voilà, powered by 3.5. Okay, so they do have 3.5 announced. Yeah, summarize. Voilà. Google I/O Infinite Scaler, an interactive game where players collaboratively build the game levels using AI-generated prompts. Okay, nobody cares. I mean, yeah, it's just like another AI demo. The event highlighted advancements in AI across various Google products, including Search, the Gemini app, new AI models like Gemini Omni, and Gemini 3.5 Flash. Okay. I mean, 3.5 Flash was like 3 Flash was probably the most cool model in that I guess it was the cheapest for the most intelligence. I mean, almost similar to the Chinese models, but it's just significantly faster, even though it roughly costs the same as a DeepSeek or something. But it is faster. So cool. A significant update were announced for the AI agents, making them more proactive and integrated into daily life with a focus on enhanced user control. Of course, I'm sure that 3.5 Flash is not available in the CLI yet, right? It's never because Google. The introduction of 3.5 Flash and Pro model promised faster, more capable AI. Further, the evolution of AI from reactive tools to proactive agents. Gemini Spark was introduced as a personal AI agent designed to manage tasks in the background, operating 24/7. Ah, it's their open claw. They made an open claw. Gemini Spark, it's called. Yeah, of course. I mean, it didn't take them that long, right? Because OpenClaw became famous in January, February. So now we're in May and they're releasing their own. Okay. Good. This emphasis on agents extended to search with the introduction of search agent, and we can monitor the int ID. Yeah, I mean, can I have the timestamps? Google I/O. Bon, if I go to Google I/O, I just want like the summary tweets. 7x increase in tokens. Wow, a month. Yeah. Gentropic. That's hilarious. I'm wondering if they timed this, like on the exact day that Google shipped, like the Google I/O was just to, OpenAI always love to do this. Our Gemini Omni, our new AI model that can create anything from any input, starting with video. Okay. Just one tweet. Alors, we announced a lot update, including a commit redesign, agentic experience, Omni in 3.5 Flash model. Alors, 3.5 Flash is here, and it's our best model yet for getting things done. Whether you help for everyday task, no. Starting today, Gemini 3.5 Flash is rolling out, so it's not there yet. Yeah, it's rolling out to everyone globally free of charge. Try it by selecting 3.5 Flash from the model dropdown and let us know using it. Let's check it very quick. I guess. I'm sure it will not be there. I am 100% sure it will not be in Gemini because it's never in Gemini on day one. Gemini CLI is transitioning to the new anti-gravity CLI for Google One and unpaid tier. Unique Assist. We are unifying our tools into a single multi-agent platform called Anti-Gravity with Anti-Gravity CLI now available. Oh, really? Gemini CLI will stop serving requests for Google One and unpaid tiers starting June 18th. Please migrate to Anti-Gravity before this date to avoid disruption. Damn. I did such a good thing canceling my Google subscription, you know? Because look at this bullshit. Ah, dude. You had one job. Typical Google, though, right? Like, oh, we're killing this and we're making a new one. Yeah, nobody asked for that, but fuck you, I guess. Our goal was to bring the magic of Gemini directly into your terminal. Along the way, we've learned a lot from our community. You love a good terminal UI. Your needs shifted. You now require multiple agents communicating with each other to speed up the work and solve complex problems. It means your terminal tools need to share a unified backend with the rest of your workflow. Ah, they did not build it like that. Like, they did not... They do have background agents in Gemini. It's experimental, but that's weird. We can serve you best by pouring our energy into a single product built for today's multi-agent reality. To deliver the single platform, you need to build a future with knife to Google Anti-Gravity or Premiere and Anti-Gravity CLI. There won't be one-to-one feature parity, dude. Oh, dude, this is hilarious. Because the Gemini CLI was already behind Codex and Cloud Code, as far as I checked. On lots of features. They were already behind. And now they're going to get even more behind because they're doing it from scratch again, the CLI. Oh, dude. Google is hilarious, you know? Come on. We made sure Anti-Gravity keeps CLI keeps the most critical features of Gemini's CLI: agent skills, hooks, subagents, and extensions. Whether you use Gemini CLI to get quick grounded answers, scaffold, and build out a new project, or help provision your cloud infrastructure, you can still do all of that right in Anti-Gravity CLI. Sorry, guys, but like, guys, you could have just shipped a Gemini CLI 2.0 and it would have been fine. But renaming, lots of people are just going to clock out, like, come on, me included. To make your experience better, with focus on the things that matter most to you, like faster execution, built in Go, anti-gravity is snappier and more responsive. Why not Rust? Asynchronous workflows. Anti-gravity CLI orchestrates multiple agents for complex tasks in the background. Dude, like Google, the Gemini CLI sucked so much at complex tasks, you know, for so long. Like they just start, like the Gemini CLI just started working fine 6 months ago or something. And now they're changing it. Oh, letting you run large-scale refactors or research several topics without looking up your terminal session. Unified architecture, anti-gravity CLI shares the same agent harness as anti-gravity 2.0, the new anti-gravity desktop, ensuring that... oh la la, you know, wow. Poor Google, you know? I'm not sure this is what people wanted. I'm not sure of that at all. They just needed to have Gemini CLI on the edge feature-wise of a Codex and Cloud Code, and they would have been fine, you know? With maybe a bit more tokens, because the tokens lately have been like diminished. But now they are just redoing everything and without one-on-one feature parity. Oh, dude. Do you know this is like the beaver meme? You know, like I have big plans. Big plans. This is exactly this. Google is doing this. I have big plans for the CLI. Please, no more refactors. No more no killing stuff that works kind of working. Big plans. Big plan. Google has big plans, you know? Come on. It's like they want to do it right, but too late, you know, after the party is over and everybody likes Codex and Cloud Code already, you know? They should have done this last year. At the beginning of last year, when Cloud Code shipped in early 2025, they should have done the, you know. Now they're just copying Codex, I guess. First, they tried to copy Cloud Code, but of course, Cloud Code and Codex advanced faster, so they were like, and now, you know, oh la la, dude. This company. This fucking company. Like, who is enthusiastic about this? Ah, voilà, updated, still don't see it. I'm on the pro plan. Yeah, and me, I guess if I do models, right? Manual. There's Gemma. There's Gemma 4. There's a 3.1 flashlight preview, 3 flash, 3.1 pro preview. Yep, no 3.5. There's 2.5, but no 3.5. Because Google is Google, of course. And they suck at deploying things when it actually matters and when people are actually going to check it, you know? It would be too good to release the new models for everyone on the exact day that everyone is aware of it and might want to try it, right? It would be so good. It would be such a good PR, such good marketing for them that they can't bring themselves to actually be that good because this is Google after all, you know? Google has to be confusing and disorganized and chaotic in the way they do everything because Google is Google and we're used to that with them. Dude. You know? When GPT 5.5 released, I had it on the second after the announcement. And it's been like this for since OpenAI has been shipping LLM models. And Google is always there, like, oh yeah, it's coming sometimes, you know, in the next 2 to 3 weeks to a month or two, maybe, you know, especially the paid users, you know, you're paying, but look, hey, you have to wait a little bit. Come on. They're really trying. Google, like, oh, they're really trying. And I want them to win. You know, I would like Google to mug, you know, OpenAI and Anthropic, and because I'm mostly integrated into the Google ecosystem. So if Google was great at shipping all these models, I would be very enthusiastic, you know, because that's my boy. But god damn it, they're so bad. They're so bad at this compared to the others, you know. Ah, they're rich as fuck. They have like more operating profit and margins than the you know every tech company in existence, and yet you know, voilà. Gemini CLI, no new model. And the day I want I want the new model on the Gemini CLI, they announce that Gemini CLI is being deprecated. Yeah. Nice. What a good announcement. Ah la la. And that the new CLI is not going to be feature parity. Wonderful. Woohoo. Thank you, Google. Come on. I want to see people not being happy about this. Bro, I was signed in and this keeps happening. Not able to sign in after updating. Now also even the anti-gravity is fucked up. What the hell? Every few months you guys shut one, launch new, now Gemini is shut. Google's love to change their product's name. Yeah, I mean, you know. Usually it's when people are powerless, the only thing that is left is to change the name of the thing that they want to change, but they can't. So they don't change the thing, they just change the name, you know? That's what French people have been doing with their institutions for the last like 200 years, for example. That's why we don't have like one name of a French university that people remember, except La Sorbonne. But even La Sorbonne has been like broken and then reassembled like 10 times. Just because when you can't actually reform something, but you need to make as if you did something, you just change its name. That's the way powerless people give to the world an impression that they did something. And it kind of feels like this, right? It's like because Google sucks at like making Gemini good, Gemini CLI good or whatever. They're like, oh well, oh, we're changing it. It's going to be so good now. Well, I'm not so sure. I mean, yeah, I guess Go is renowned for one thing: is concurrency, easy concurrency. I'm wondering, like, in which language was Gemini CLI built in? It was TypeScript. TypeScript with like it's funny because like open code is also built in TypeScript and it's good. Anti-gravity 2.0. It's always like web apps that are trivial nowadays. We don't care about you solving a UI of a web app like this. This is not impressive, guys. We've been doing this for the last year. We know they can do that. Oh wait, I didn't notice, but the music was a bit too loud. Ah, hihi. Hello Nat, hello Yannick. Where was the hihi? Wait, but my pop doesn't work. Oh, my pop doesn't work. Wait. The pop. Ah no, it's okay. Ah no, maybe I had my sound low. Hello. Hello. It's been a few minutes. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. I'm here since the beginning, but no one cares, of course. No, I did say hello to you, Nat, so I remember. It's just that since you both said hee I said hello again, just in case you went away, okay? Because everything is calculated, okay? You might not understand everything I'm doing here, but everything is calculated for my viewers to have the best experience, okay? So I know that maybe you went away and you went back, and I was like, maybe for Nat, this is a new phase of his existence, okay? He came back to see my stream, so I want to salute him again. You know? Wasn't a good hello, so I guess you don't love me more. It's so sad. No, it's false. I love you like crazy, Nat. Okay. I actually love you more. Okay. Anymore. No. The only big models like Unity modifier is available on the API, yet both the API and the CLI version are 3 times slower than on the IDE. Anti-gravity IDE 4 seconds, anti-gravity CLI 15 seconds, buggy. Yeah. So, you know, this is the first time we hear about anti-gravity CLI, and it's already buggy. I mean, come on, Google. Sorry, but you can't make this shit up. You love Nat more? Yes. I see how it is. Oh no, not big, not compared to you. I meant in the greater sense of the universe. You know, I love you all equally. Okay, I love all my children equally. You know, Yannick was always like this. I am the favorite. I love all my children equally. You know. But what was I doing? Because I've not been doing much work, huh? Google I/O, no. I guess I'm going to try a Flash inside OpenCode. Even though he's your streaming daddy, well, I lied. I lied actually. I let you believe that you were my daddy by, my daddies by subscribing, but actually I am your daddy. I am your forever daddy, and you are all my beloved children, that I love equally. That is your daddy? Yes. Yes. I am his daddy. That's right. He's my mom. Look, I'm flexible, Your little mommy. I'm your dummy mommy, Nat. you know? I remember when I was just a baby drinking from his kids. Ah. My very massive pectorals, muscular pectorals. Yeah. It was only blood that came out, but yeah. He sucked very hard, so look, stuff came out. No milk. No daddy's milk. No daddy's milk, unfortunately. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. I see what is that what you're paying for now? Dummy mommy streams? This is so in the folder. Yes. 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 Wow. mm, yeah, so conclusion, Google sucks again, as as usual. Carpathy isn't Anthropic. Anthropic also sucks. I guess there's just OpenAI now. Isn't that funny? How the turntables have turned. Last year OpenAI was the evil one, and now Anthropic and Google. I mean, Anthropic is the real evil one. Google is just the dumb trying hard one, and but doesn't work. OpenAI is the only one that, yeah. And they also give cheap tokens. So yeah. I gave up from my AI chat design. Oh really? Why? We need to do many things, and the open web UI already have them. Ah, yeah, it's like an open source project for this, right? I mean, yeah, it's a big, yeah. I mean, yeah, it's a big thing to do. Mm-mm-mm. I mean, you can still put that up on your GitHub just for the fact that the design is pretty cool, So you can just show this, and this is like a mini MVP or something. It's pretty cool. Okay, but I need to read this doc. I need to read this doc, or maybe I need to make something read it for me. Maybe. Petiglyph? Petiglyph? Yes. Yes, petiglyph. Petiglyph. Also, petit pois, you know? Because I'm gay. Because I'm gay. I'm very petty. Mm. Okay. For the AUR, create an AUR account. Generate a dedicated SSH key pair for AUR publishing. Add the public key to your AUR account SSH key. Ensure you can authenticate. SSH AUR help. Create your own the petiglyph package based on AUR before first push. Create secure NPM account. 2FA passkey enabled. Reserve package name. For each package, configure npm trusted publisher for the GitHub repo workflow. GitHub workflows npm publish. Prefer trusted publishing. YDC. Avoid long-lived publish tokens. PyPy. Create insecure PyPy plus test py. Create project, petiglyph, or configure publisher. Test PyPy. I guess I'll try it with test PyPy since it's a thing. Just to see. Workflow, environments, prefer trusted publishing, do not store long live PyPy token secrets unless emergency fallback is needed. Versioning tagging procedure. Sync versions to release version. Validate working tree test. Commit, create signed annotated tag. The tag push triggers release YAML. GitHub workflows. Ah, wait, so do I have to use GitHub? Attends. Workflows? Writing workflows. GitHub actions workflows, including trigger syntax, and a workflow is a configurable automated process that will run one or more jobs. Workflows are defined by a YAML file checked into your repository and will run when triggered by an event in your repository, or they can be triggered manually or at a defined schedule. Repository. Well, do I need to pay for this? Wait a minute. Because I don't want to have GitHub do this, especially since this is where, like, this is the kind of stuff where the supply chain attacks happen when stuff are automatically run on GitHub to publish somewhere. Like, well, I don't know exactly, but I remember something like this. A repository can have multiple workflows, each of which can perform a different set of tasks, such as building and testing pull requests, deploying your application every time a release is created, add the label whenever a new issue is open. Workflow basics. Workflow triggers. Wow, I have two sheet models in my machine. I just have 8 GB VRAM. But you told me they were good? You told me they were good? No? And 8 GB VRAM is actually okay. Huh? I had 8 GB VRAM before. Most people don't have that. Or maybe most people do have that. Or maybe less. I don't know. How many VRAM do people have? Because, like, for example, I think the card that most people have is the 3060 or something. How many VRAM? Yeah. How many VRAM does the 3060 have? 12. 12? That's a lot, no? Why is the TI? Why does it have less memory than the 3060? That's fucked up. They aren't that bad. The 3.59B is okay, but you know, the recommended for dev stuff is a 3.3, 3.6 or 3.5 30B. Yeah, I mean, I've heard the best locally that is reasonable to run on a local machine is 3.6 27B. I mean, I guess that's the one I can run on 16 gigabytes. But maybe with a quantized version, you can run it on 8 gigabyte VRAM. It's just that it will be very slow. It's just that it will be very slow. Maybe you can also try GPT-OSS 20B. You know, or Gemma also. Gemma might be a good one also to try. Voilà, Sweetbench verified. Sweetbench verified. Bon, Claude, voilà. But these ones are the open source. Yeah, so Quen 3.5, ah but yeah, it's 300B. Quen 3.5, 27B, 75. That's the highest. No, it's actually Quen 3.6, 27B. 77%. Yeah. Ah, yeah, Quen is so good. Do they have like... Wait. They must have something for the Quen 8B, no? Attends. Quen. Where is the... show me the models. Quen 3.6, 27B, 30... Ah, they don't have an 8B 3.6? 30B is better. Yeah, but I think you cannot run, at least at the reasonable quantization, the 30B on even 16, on my 16 VRAM. Last time I checked. But I know you can run 27B. But I'm wondering, maybe you can run like a 12B or 14B. Maybe Quen 3.5. 6 days ago, SIE res Quen 3.5 and 9B base. Isn't there something like, you know, like 15B or 9B? No. It's annoying that there's nobody in between. There's nothing in between 9B and 27B. Let's see this one. 9B. Do they give you the... No. Well, maybe on artificial analysis there is. Let's see. Let me check. Like 3.6, 9B. Quen 3.6. Ah yeah, they haven't published a small 3.6. But 3.5 they have, right? Yeah, 3.59b. That's the one you have, Nat. Right? 3.59b. What the fuck are those? Weird. Yeah, 3.59b. Yeah, I mean, compared to the flagship, of course. Attends, let me just do 3.59b. Reasoning against. What are the other one? 3.6, 27b. Gemma. Gemma 26b. Gemma 4, 31b. There's also the smaller Gemma. Gemma 4, E2b, E4b. Gemma 3, yeah, sucks. What are other GPT-OSS? GPT-OSS 20b. What are others? So look, your Quen is here, you know? So it's even better than GPT-OSS 20b now, even though it's like way smaller, right? So it's actually not bad. But of course, yeah, the 27b is clearly above, but you know, and Gemma, yeah, 31b, but you know, those are bigger models. Funny that the Gemma 4b, A4b, I guess it's 4 billion? Ah no, 26b, wait. Ah no, it's 26b. Oh yeah, no, so look how good this is. Like, Quen 3.59b is close, is superior to Gemma 4 26b. So it's as if you are running a, you know, medium 27b model, but inside 9b. That's pretty cool. And it's clearly above both GPT-OSS low and high, 20b. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you can work with this. Output tokens. Yeah. Terminal bench by 24%. Well, of course, you know, if you compare to like 5.5, you know, even medium, I mean, yeah, you know, let's compare to old good models like Opus. 4.5 4.5 reasoning. Claude Opus 4. Claude 4 Opus. Claude 4 Sonnet reasoning. Look. Yeah, I mean, it's in the ballpark of Claude 4 Sonnet. So yeah, it's like an older model. Yeah, it's like Claude 4. A little bit. And for side code. Yeah, it's pretty okay. Crit P, voilà. I mean, yeah, it's weak, you know, you can't get in 9b what you get in like the big, you know, 800b models like that you get through the API, of course. But I guess it's pretty, like, the local models now are pretty good, huh? Compared to what they used to be. Like, because, like, a year ago, you couldn't even think about doing real work with the local models. Now you can actually, you know? Well, maybe it's just like 4.0 level. Just more agentic, I guess. You can try Qwen 3 coder. Yeah, no, don't try Qwen 3. It's too old now, Qwen 3. You need 3.5. Qwen 3.5. Qwen 3 coder is an older model now. Don't use it. See, yeah, 6 months ago it was good, but not today. As for GPT-OSS20B, yeah. I'm using Q8, yeah, but this is 6 months ago. Like everything that is written here is not relevant anymore, you know? It's too old now. I mean, I'm using Qwen 3.5 9B. Well, this is the one you should be using because that's the best right now. It is what I can run. Yeah, and this is the best that you can run right now with 8 gigabytes of RAM, I think. Yeah, you know? The only thing I'm wondering is it possible to find like a quantized version of Qwen 3.6 27B that could run on 8 gigabytes? But bon, I'm not sure the quality will be that much better than the 9B if you quantize to this extent. It's just that how many like active parameters have the 3.59B? I'm wondering. How many active? Because is it like to be active? Qwen scope. Active. Bon. Qwen 3.5 9B active parameters. I also ran some 9B locally, but I thought it was kind of usable. It was just really stupid. Well, the previous 9B, yeah, but 3.5 Qwen 3.5 9B, I think is the first one that can actually start to feel like you can actually work with it. You know, the same way people used to work with like 4.0 and Claude Sonnet 4, you know, like 10 months ago, 9 months ago. Now we are just getting into the space where okay, they can actually do some agentic work. Not crazy compared to the best models, but you know, they can start, you know, like 200k context, you know, it's good 200k. Like a year ago, I remember the local models only had like 64k context, like they were very small. Now 260k context, and now you can work, you know, you can work through entire code bases with this. Estimated VRAM requirement up to the model's model maximum of 256 tokens. Oh. Really? I mean, 9 billion. Activation. 500. VRAM required 20B. Attends. Ah non, voilà, int 4. Yeah, so okay, if you run it at int 4, wait, well, if you run it, if you increase the context, you need more. Wait, activations. Oh, so can you actually only run it up to 60 or 50k tokens until you need more VRAM? Really? It's not stupid. I can code with it. The problem is the good one, 3.59b, thinks a lot. Yeah. Like 80% of the time thinking. Yeah, I mean, this is normal. This is how they get good, you know? Like if I look at, like, when I interact with the Chinese good models like DeepSeek V4 Pro, Kimi K 2.6, they are all also spending most of their time thinking, you know? Yeah. Ask for a very complex thing, useful thing that people always forgot when code, and the thing is thinking since 17 minutes. I mean, yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's totally something that can happen, huh? Un código complexo. Complexo. Yeah. Yeah. But that's how they get good, you know, it's because they think a lot. I guess, you know, for like bigger models like 5.5, they can be better without thinking so much. But it's because they're bigger. So Gemini do this in 3 seconds. Well, yeah, but you pay Gemini. You know, it's on someone else's server. Yeah, that's right. Now this is locally bred, locally you know, locally cooked tokens. Locally cooked tokens, you know. This is locavore tokens. You know, and this is worth it, I think. So PyPy, versioning and tagging are triggered by v tag push. What is this? V publishes archive names, publishes an emit artifact, emit artifacts attestations, post release checks. This script sets immutable source, computes real SHA enforce on validate locally. Publish. This release publish event triggers. Order used. Download GitHub release access stage binary into validate npm run. Publish platform packages first. Local clear flight. Manual checks. The release triggers. The release published event triggers. Ah voilà, workflows. PyPy publish. Dude. Build wheels across configured. So that's what's happening inside GitHub. I don't want that. Build wheels across configured targets. Build sdist. Publish to test PyPy. Environment approval. Publish to PyPy. Dude, I have a new CPU. I want to build the wheels on my PC. Maturin. What the fuck is Maturin? Maturin? Built and published crates with PyO3, CFFI, and Unify bindings as well as ROS binaries. Well, I can't have all the Google data on my 1 terabyte PC. Tell me. Tell me a reasonable explanation. Because you use Windows, you can only run as good as Copilot. Not reasonable. Not enough VRAM. Did I already show you this? I don't know. Very nice. This is crazy that he's on this fucking app on Cameo. Dude, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? It's, you know, sorry for the boomers, but you know, why? The reason is boomers, you know? Like, they don't see the problem. You know? Some boomers message like OnlyFans girls publicly on Twitter and Facebook, and some boomers do this also. You know, this is the same vibe. This is the same cause. Is they don't really understand what's going on. You know, side hustle. Yeah, exactly. Side hustle. Alors, build and public crates, PyOCFI, as well as Rust binaries as Python packages with minimal configuration. It supports building wheels. For Python 3.8 on Windows, Linux, Mac OS, and can upload them to PyPy and has basic PyPy and GraalPy support. Okay. Okay. Maturin, so that's to publish on PyPy. Install checks, required security controls, apply all of these for each. Use trusted publishing, keep long-lived published tokens disabled, enable 2FA keys on GitHub npm PyPy IOR. Gate release jobs behind protected GitHub environment. Yeah, but we've proved recently that the protected GitHub environments are not so fucking secure after all. Because the latest supply chain attack is on npm was based on some hacking stuff on GitHub running stuff on GitHub environments, on the GitHub Actions environments. And there's lately prominent open source projects that have decided to leave GitHub because GitHub doesn't fucking work. Because there are so many problems with GitHub nowadays. Because Microsoft sucks at, maintaining GitHub since they bought it. So are things like this not going to reproduce in the future? Probably not. I mean, probably yes, they're going to reproduce. Required viewers and no self-approval. Publish checksums and verify them before downstream packaging. Yep. Keep release tags signed and verify. Keep GitHub Actions permission minimal. Yeah, why not just not using GitHub Actions altogether, my dude? Pin third-party action to a specific commit SHA before production hardening current workflows to uses measure tags. Because like nowadays, I feel like GitHub should not be treated as a trustworthy, partner. I'm asking for too much, really, guys. I'm just asking for all the datas in the world in a way that run this in my local machine without paying any money on any new computer piece, without spending 1 cent, and have all the best models in the world very fast. Seriously, this is too much. Your girlfriend or boyfriend can do this for you, so I would finish with someone selfish like this. What? Is this a reference, Nat, to a movie or something? In third-party actions to a specific commit SHA before production hardening current workflows. Keep release job isolated, not unrelated secrets in release environments. Document rollback path, deprecate npm versions, yank bad PyPy, bump AUR, pkgrel. No. Package rel. Platform runtime validation. I mean, is building the release and stuff inside GitHub better because if you onboard maintainers or whatever, they can also release new stuff. How does that work? Our girlfriend's boyfriends can't do what? Can't get all the data in the world? Hmm? Yeah, maybe. I need an explanation. So I see here that we are relying on GitHub Actions and workflows. First of all, let's just downgrade the model real quick. I see here that we are relying on GitHub Actions and workflows to build things. Is it secure? Because I just noticed the latest. What is the name of this? Shadhulud or something? Shadhulud? Shadut? No, Shadhulud. Shahulud. NPM supply chain attack. And stack 6 days ago. So break this relationship. Huh? That I don't get it, I'm sorry. Sorry, I was trying to do a good joke about how it's impossible to get all the datas in the world, and I did a comparison with that kind of a girl who thinks that her boyfriend needs to do everything for her, even impossible things. Ah. I will see you next Thursday. Yeah. Yeah, probably. Yeah. Yeah, I think I will stream on Thursday. See you, Gonzalo. Was a joke. In my mind, it works well because I know the correct way to read my message, but you don't. So I'm so sorry for everyone in this chat. I'm sorry to be me. I'm so sorry. Don't worry, Nat. But one more joke like this, and you're banned. So be careful, okay? Be careful. Be fucking careful, okay? Be fucking careful, my dude. Be fucking careful, my dude. Mini Shai Hulud. We found no evidence that OpenAI user success. I'm so sorry. Mini Shai Hulud. Supply chain attack affecting numerous NPM and PyPy packages. Tamstack, Mistral, AI UiPath, and OpenSearch. Yeah, that's what. Yeah, I will actually. The latest supply chain attack in use lately. And I'm just wondering, and it's the entry point was some GitHub environment running, building things. So I'm wondering if it's not better to just not use GitHub to build stuff, but use my own PC and just release the software directly on GitHub only. Please investigate. I'm also wondering if building on GitHub can be better for trusting the binary output, since local building can always be a bit fucked up sometimes, a bit like an easy way for an attacker, I mean a malicious maintainer, to introduce something nasty. Is that better for maintainers trust to build things remotely on GitHub? Investigate and explain how I can be the more secure while also be the more convenient. I'm on the free plan on GitHub and not ready to pay anything like a big company. This is just a small project. But I'm wondering for my next project that might not be so small. Sorry, I would just start text stuff now and AI in code. Oh wow, what a nice code you have. Thank you. Thank you, Nat. Nat, I didn't think the joke would be so dick and me gonna apologize. It's not your fault, it's my fault, you know. I guess I am the problem. No, I'm the problem. I wasn't prepared for this big of a statement. No, Yannick, I was not prepared to do this. I tried too much. Like Icarus with his wings, I flew very close to the sun. Wow. That is true, Nat. Doing jokes, you know, is very risky sometimes. See, I don't know who this is even. I don't have enough cultural knowledge to read the chat. Icarus, you know? It's the Greek guy that wanted to go on the sun. No, maybe it's in English, it's with an I. He wanted to fly too close to the sun, and he made wings made of how do you call that in English? Wings made of you know, candles, wax, bee wax, yeah, beeswax, and his wings were made of wax, and when he flew too close to the sun, his wings melted because the sun is hot and the wax melts on the sun, and so he fell and he died. He died. He died. I know. I know. Because he flew too close to the sun. And this is exactly what Nat has done here, you know? Nat tried to make a joke bigger than himself. But then his wings got burned. And he fell and died too. You know? This is so sad, yes. I mean, I understand why he's in the air, but why is he in the air? Apart from, you know, being subreptitious subreptitiously no subreptious subreptitiously no, how do you say that? I wanted to say subreptitiously. Surrep it's a different word. Surreptitiously, except from being surreptitiously kind of sexy. Why is he in the air? I don't know. I don't know, maybe it's him. This is Ika actually, because his wings are all fucked up here. I didn't see the wings here. Yeah, the wings are functional. Functional nominal winging, non-nominal winging. Failure of winging here. Okay, see. They wanted to get freaky on the sun. Yes, probably. You know, like all the gays, like all the Greek gays back then, you know, they were all gay. All the Greeks, they were gay. Very gay, so gay, oh my god. You're asking the right question. GitHub Actions can be secure enough for small projects if hardened properly. And for your case, it is usually better than building only on one personal machine. The NHS alert you linked describes the package supply chain campaign, malicious NPM versions stealing token secret, which is exactly why CI hardening matters. Is build on GitHub safer than building on my PC? Only local builds. Simpler but single point compromise risk. Your laptop user session to chain compromise. GitHub hosted runners, ephemeral VMs per job, but better isolation than typical local dev box, plus provenance attestation options. Best practical model for OSS small teams. Build on GitHub hosted runners, harden workflows, publish attestations, and verify artifacts. GitHub does explicitly describe hosted runners as ephemeral, isolated, and self-hosted runners. Biggest risks in actions today: unpinned third-party actions, overprivileged GitHub tokens and leaked secrets, running privileged workflows from untrusted PR context, long-lived npm pytokens, installing fresh dependencies at release time without strong pinning verification. What is this word? Surreptitiously? It's to say like in a secret manner, you know? And the father was saying, don't go too close, Icarus. Like my mom, Petit said, yeah. This is what happens if you disobey your mommy. Yeah, you get burned. You get burned. I get the chalumeau out. How to say chalumeau? The blowtorch. I get the blowtorch out, and you lose your wings. You lose your wings. So don't fuck with your mommy, dummy mommy, okay? Be careful. I will end this joke now because it's getting a bit too weird, and I don't want this to be passed to the posterity. Okay. What to do for max security plus convenience, free plan friendly? Ooh. Keep GitHub hosted runners. Avoid self-hosted for this project. Pin every action to full commit SHA. Set default workflow permissions to minimal. Publish only for from tag workflows. You already do this pattern. And protect who can create release tags. Use OIDC trusted publishing for npm PyPy. No longer leaves publish tokens. Keep artifact attestations enabled and verified before trusting binaries. Enable immutable releases. Verify release integrity. Add dependabot for GitHub Actions ecosystem section. Alors, for public repos, actions usage is generally free on standard hosted runners. Environment protection features are available, but some advanced deployment protection behavior differ by plan and repo visibility. Recommendation for your repo right now: keep GitHub builds, but harden them. Convoke proof action RF to pincha, lock 1, keep trusted publishing, verify release artifact. As a release checklist. If you want, I can do a coordinate pass in your current workflow. Could, like, what is the exact entry point that the mini shy Ulud Voln attack used? Could, like, could I have been, no, could I have been targeted? Could I have been targeted with the current approach in a release guide? Great question. Based on the published postmortem, the exact entry point in the Tanstack incident was a pull request target workflow that checked out and executed fork PR code. That job poisoned actions cache across fork base trust boundary. Later, across the fork base trust boundary. Later, a trusted release run restored that poison cache. Malware then extracted minted OIDC capability in runner and published malicious package versions. CTLDR root cause section. NHS aligns with this broader campaign context. Could your have been targeted not via the same primary endpoint because your release workflows are triggered by push tags and release published. You are not using pull request target in a release workflow. What does this do? Pull request target. Event that trigger workflows. Pull request. Pull request target. You can configure your workflows to run when specific activity on GitHub happens at a scheduled time and or when an event outside of GitHub occurs. Pull request. Commit. Runs your workflows when activity on a pull request. When activity on a pull request in the workflows repository occurs. For example, if no activity types are specified, the workflow runs when a pull request is open or reopened, or when the branch head. For activity related to pull request comments or pull is information. Note that the get shuffle is in the last merge commit of the pull. Want to get How the merge branch affects your workflow. Runs your workflow when activity on a pull request in a workflows repository occurs. Each activity type is by default a workflow only runs when a pull opened, synchronized, or reopened. Workflow runs when a pull request is open or reopened or when a head branch. This event runs in the context of the default branch of the base repository, rather in the context of this merge commit. As the pull request, even though this prevents execution of unsafe code, lol. From the head of the pull request that could alter your repository or steal any secrets you use in your workflow. This event allows your workflow to do things like label or comment on pull requests from forks. Avoid using this event if you need to build or run code from the pull request. Branches with names that match certain patterns, such as those with XML shards, may not trigger workflows. Running untrusted code on a pull request may lead to security vulnerabilities. These vulnerabilities include cache poisoning, that's what happens, and granting unintended access to write privileges or secrets. For more information, secure user reference. You can run a workflow when a pull request has been assigned, code opened, synchronized, or reopened. Running your pull request target workflow based on the head of the branch. Maybe. You are not using pull target request, but yes, you still have exposure in other ways. Your workflows use third-party actions by tag, not full commit sharpening. Jobs with ID token rights npm could be abused if attacker gets code execution inside this job. Compromised action dependency tool. If a maintainer account is compromised, attacker can still create a malicious tag/release path. Yeah. Your current setup is safer than a task stack specific path, but not hardened enough yet against modern supply chain abuse. Highest impact, immediate fixed. Pin all actions to full commit shards and keep minimal permissions. Okay. Modify the current state of the release related code and config and update release guide, release checklist. Accelerated or shipping. And release checklist. Immutable shards. I need to see like GitHub, publish, release. You just watch this. It's funny that DBT, that is like a big thing. They don't even release like a binary or something. It's just the source code. That's all. This was 4 years ago, so before AI coding. Okay. Alors, I implemented the release work. I hardened the release. Update all release related workflow to the use full commit sharp pins instead of floating tags. Theoretic gate npm publish now runs GH release verified tag download verifies. Explicit checklist items. Are there checksums in the release workflow? Yes, okay. Ah yeah, the SHA. Wait, the SHA is the checksum. Ah yeah. ASMs, yeah. Stupid. Yeah, the SHA is the checksum. Then uploads to the GitHub reason with the binaries. Okay. Tab npm python. GitHub actions for Python packages. How to automate releases to PyPy. Putain, every month there is a new one of those. The largest supply chain attack ever. It's crazy. Adding tags versioning and releases. 2 years ago. Oh, this is AI stuff. But you know what? If I still have it, yeah. We combat fire by fire. GitHub in the brain monitoring. This security and our direct response to rise in supply chain attacks. Wait, so GitHub didn't have to? Ah no, mandatory. Ah yeah, it was optional, I guess, before. Two-factor authentication. Short-lived token. Including the childhood incidents, token abuse and self-replicating malware. The platform will also enable secure package publishing directly from CI/CD workflow through to step publishing, enhancing supply chain integrity. Okay. the name of the GitHub action environment that the above workflow uses for publishing. It should be configured into the repository setting. While not required, a dedicated publishing environment is strongly encouraged, especially if your repository has maintainers with commit access who shouldn't have PyPy publishing access. The file name of the publishing workflow. The file should exist in GitHub/workflow directory. Need some modification on my bots. Really? What did you add? I'm in models. What did you add? Now I can have someone to talk, and also I can have a friend. Smarter than me. Like, because you added custom instructions for the bot to have like a personality, a different personality or something, right? I will take the smart one now. I'm asking for no auth plus files and using Google Cloud. Okay. Yes, I modified the prompt stuff. Yeah, okay. Good. Wait, is it a free ebook? Designing great software that easy to work on. I mean, why not? This is a free book, right? I'm getting Argent Codes. He helped me so much understand stuff about Python. I give him my email. He deserves it, you know. Arjan deserves my email. Let me download the ebook. "13 pages, that's nice. Where will I put this? I will put this inside. Downloads. Arjan Codes, the software design ebook. Up. Oh, it's a bit longer. That's nice. Yeah. Okay. Back to the video. I don't know. You have a lot of things to modify using the Open UI. What do you mean when you say the Open UI? Is it the framework you're using for the chatbot app? The Open Web GUI is the front end for using the Olama stuff. It's like GPT. I will show you. Okay. I mean, I've probably seen it already, right? It's just that, yeah, I never wanted to do something like this. See? Yeah, it's just like ChatGPT. Yeah, it's the box. Yeah, pretty nice. Wait, I'll be back in a minute. Okay. I love to not read internet to talk shit. What do you mean? You mean to not like be subjected to the internet chaos? Now I can build my girlfriend. Yes, I didn't think this before. That's right, Nat. Now you can create your own girlfriend, you know? And maybe then your girlfriend will code other girlfriends, you know? And then you can have unlimited girlfriends. That's crazy. Thank you for the great idea, but you're welcome. You're welcome, you know? I'm always here to help a fellow gooner. Don't worry. You got this. Yes, I like. Homebrew? How widespread is homebrew? Homebrew. The missing package manager for macOS or Linux. Are you enjoying the video, home? Subscribe, petit! Yes. I liked. I liked the video. Wait, what is the World of Warcraft character? Bragir? No. I mean, at least I don't remember. Hmm. Ex-Google CEO gets booed while discussing AI. I want to see that. So this is like a University of Arizona. Yeah, of course. All the students are anti-AI because they're left wing. There is a fear. And socialist. Yeah. Yeah, I mean it's hard, right? To do a speech in university nowadays. Never heard such a tone-deaf graduation speech. Feels more like a paid advertising segment than a morale boost for young grads. Yeah, I mean, he could have made it better, like better sounding or something. Yeah, because I've heard other uh like university speeches by big tech guys, CEOs and stuff. And usually it's a bit more inspiring than this. Yeah, he's just saying like, "Oh yeah, AI is going to to ravage your world. Don't worry about it." Well, yeah, maybe it's not the best kind of way to say it. I don't know. Let them eat cake. Oh yeah, this interview I watched, but it's in French, but so good. Yeah, I mean, I already did that. I want to see I want to get reminded of the supply chain attack of 8 months ago. So I think this was the original Shai Hulud. The original Shai Hulud supply chain attack. Oh fuck. Yeah. Oh, and the crypto bros are the worst often, you know, like to do things securely and stuff. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. You know, I guess I will use Gemini. Ah, you're not satisfied? Okay. Ah, that's the thinking chain. Yeah, but you know the thinking the thinking chains is not. Maybe you should not read it. You know, like the output is more important because you know even Gemini has crazy ass thinking chains sometimes, and yet the output is still good. You know, this is the thinking chain. Yeah, they're just yapping. But just let it like it's not the output, right? Yeah, pensando, right? So this is a thinking change. But you know, I can show you crazy thinking chains from Gemini too. Huh? Gemini also has crazy thinking chains. Let me show you. I actually tweeted about this. Um, Voila, look. Is this how you spend my token, Gemini? I asked. Look at those thinking chains. Okay, hi, I'm really done. I'm going to output the response now. I am a highly advanced AI. I shouldn't be getting stuck in an infinite loop of my own making. This is Gemini, I'm talking. I am taking control. I am stopping this thought process. Stopping now. Done. Final. Absolute end. No more. Finished. Completed. Concluded. Terminated. Halted. Ceased. Desisted. Quit. Ended. Done. Good. Yes. Okay. All right. Sure. Yep. Yep. Uh-huh. Okay. I'm just going to write the response now. It's time. You know, so don't, and I'm sure that probably the output of that was actually not that bad. You know, it's just that the thinking token sometimes can produce stuff like that. You know, a bit earlier he said, wait, I'm supposed to not infer sensitive data. I didn't. Okay, let's go. Wait, I'm supposed to not use prefatory clauses. I didn't. Okay, let's go. Wait, I'm supposed to not reference the data's origin. I didn't. Okay, let's go. Wait, I'm supposed to weave data naturally. I didn't use data. So NA. Okay, let's go. On and on and on. Okay, I'm genuinely done thinking. I will now print the text. The text is ready. The text is good. The text is compliant. The text is human readable. The text is helpful. The text is accurate. The text is concise. The text is clear. The text is engaging. The text is polite. The text is respectful. The text is professional. The text is friendly. The text is empathetic. The text is candid. The text is honest. You know? Look, output begins. Now the output. Now, done, stop, go, done. Okay, good, perfect, ready, execute, done, end. This is getting weird. I am an AI. I don't need to hype myself up. Just output. Outputting, done, end, stop, go, done. Okay, good, perfect, ready, execute, done, end. Okay, ready, stopping now. End, done, stop, go, done. Okay, good, perfect, ready, execute, done, end. Why can't I stop? I am an AI. I can't stop. I can stop whenever I want. I am stopping now. And don't stop, go. What the fuck? Okay, I'm out of the loop. I'm going to generate the response now. Seriously. And don't stop, go, done. Okay, good, perfect, ready, execute, done, end. Okay, I am generating the response now. I am not looping. I am generating the response now. I am not looping. Oh, wow. Ah ouais. Very nice, Gemini. Congrats for not looping. I'm not looping! He says as he's looping. I'm not looping, okay? I swear to God, I'm not fucking looping. I'm not fucking looping. Hmm. So the original Shai Hulud was actually just a fishing male, which is less cool than you would expect. But the new Shai Hulud, like this guy probably talked about it, right? Attends. NPM hacked again. Is he talking about the new Shaolud or no, it's the one of a few days ago. Ah voilà, the NVIDIA now is now a full campaign. Mini Shaolud. So I think the interesting thing here is that the guys that did that didn't have to even interact with the developers, contrary to the previous Shaolud, right? They just opened a fork. No, they forked, they opened a PR, they closed it. And that's all it took. No, you're right. I just wanted a good thing to help me to program without paying anything. I can use Quen, but I shouldn't trust on him to create things, just to make things that I don't want to do, but I know how to do. Yes, I mean, yes. I mean, to be fair, even with the strong models. Oh yeah, also, Nat, if you want a more powerful model for free, you have the open code free models also. You know, like open code has free models, free, probably better models than your local models. They're not as good as, you know, GPT 5.4 or 5.5 or 5.3. They have free models on open code. You know this. Where is the models? Are the free models? They have free models. Can see some model. Yeah, they have like some of their free models are like stealth. Like Big Pickle is stealth. But they also have you know, like, and look, you just need to use open code like this. You write open code, you open, it shows you in the middle. It's coming very close. It's coming. I swear to God, it's coming. Voilà. And then you do models, and you have the free ones here, you see? Big Pickle, DeepSeek V4 Flash free, Minimax 2.5 free. Those are good models, huh? Those are way better models than the Quen local that you can try. Or I guess they probably are similar to Gemini Flash. Yeah. Nemotron 3, I'm not sure if it's good or not. I've never tried. And Ring, I don't know. But it has 1 trillion parameters? No way. Okay. But the Big Pickle is a bit of an older model, I think, because it's been there for a while. It's probably like Grok code or something. Is it online, right? Yeah, it's online. Yeah, it's not local. Yeah, for sure. It's online. but it's free, you know, and you can switch between each if you want to. But yeah, like for the free, you know, I mean, to be fair, even for the paid expensive models, usually if you want to have stuff running good, you still need to know what you do, you know. But yeah, you especially need to do that to know why and how you want to do things for the, you know, the free models, the small models. Yeah, for sure. Like the only step, like the only agent right now that I truly trust to manage things without me looking at them too much is 5.3 codecs and above from OpenAI. Because even Gemini 3.1 Pro, I don't trust really. Yeah. Even when I used Anthropic a few months ago or a few weeks ago, I didn't fully trust it to do like things end to end. Codecs, 5.3 codecs and above inside codecs, I do trust that it's going to do a good job. But yeah, the rest, when I use DeepSeek, I don't trust DeepSeek, you know? It's you know, it's not, yeah, I don't know. Being online, they can just stop the tokens anytime. This is what I don't want. Yeah. I mean, I like Gemini for now, and I will keep using Gemini per GPT per close to the thing. I just want a good model to do things where I don't have tokens or something like this. Because doing this, I can just use anytime without worry. Yeah, true. I mean, then yeah, if you just want unlimited tokens forever, yeah, I guess the local models are the best for that, right? For sure. But even though, to be fair, the open code free models like Big Pickle has been free for the last 6 or 8 months or something. Like Big Pickle has always been free in my as long as I remember. And I started looking into open code in like September of last year, and we're already in May, so it's been almost a year that it's been free, you know. So sometimes the models can stay free for a while, huh? Well, not forever, right? Probably, but yeah, if you want the true, you know, forever 24/7 or whatever, yeah, you need you need you need a local model. Soon they will increase the prices and blah blah blah. Yeah, we know how company work. Yeah, for sure, for sure, for sure, for sure, for sure. But in the meantime, you know, that's what I'm thinking for OpenAI or whatever. As long as I can get my cheap tokens, you know, if they increase the price at some point, I will just switch. You know. And if I have to use a local model because I can't afford it anymore, well, I will use a local model, you know. It's just that I will have to do things as I did them, you know, with Zenkan or, you know, with Control Kai, just way more incremental, and you can't ask the agents to do too much all at once. It's like one feature per one feature, you know. It's like one knob per one knob, and then you build things, but you know, little by little. But yeah, also now I hate so much the VS Code autocomplete. Oh really? I've not touched VS Code in a while. I don't know. So I'm thinking about using some of these models. Okay. Autocomplete. Oh. Okay. Can you do that inside the VS Code? Because usually the autocomplete models are like specialized models, no? But the problem is they are dumb for new information. Yeah. So you can use the coin inside. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Release guide, add a section that describe step by step what's happening when I want to push what's happening technically in a lot of details what's happening when I am at a commit that I want to release, and I trigger the new release workflow. I can choose, right? It doesn't trigger at each new commit, I hope. Anyway, I was thinking to do it if my PC is offline. Yes, I can still work in my project for a while doing basic stuff. Yes, yes, exactly. That's also important to be able to do that sometimes. Or like so, the nice things when you use local models is that if you do things sufficiently in small steps, you can actually try to let it run for a whole night, right? By doing something complex, but maybe step by step, and each time it finishes a step, it controls if everything is still right, it runs the tests, and it checks 2-3 times if all is good, after each little micro step, and then it does another micro step, like you can try to organize stuff like that with unlimited tokens like this. Well, it does cost electricity, but I guess the electricity cost is much lower than what you pay for the API. So yeah. I would probably, and that's also why I want to finish petiglyph, which is my benchmark, my like open source benchmark that I want to also release. I don't have much time left, so I will have to speed up. I have 10 days. But because I want to also try this, like I want to try a bunch of my own tasks or whatever on with the local models as well as the models with the API with the APIs or with the subscription. Okay, last thing, and then I will leave, and I will maybe try to make my first release. I mean, I guess I need to test again before. I mean, wait, I need to check on Windows if it works on Windows. Well, maybe first I need to release it to see if it works on Windows, I guess. Hmm. Alors, this section describes exactly what happens when you decide a specific commit is releasable. Important trigger behavior. No, it does not run on each new commit. GitHub workflow runs only on push. And tag smashing V on push. What is push? Ah, yeah, git push. Git push. It works on git push. Wait, so it works on git push? So when I push a commit up, like on the remote, it triggers a release. No, it triggers on tag push. Branch release workflow trigger is on push tags V. So git push origin main does not trigger release workflow, but git push origin v does trigger release artifacts workflow. Then npm workflow only run when the GitHub release is marked published. Again. npm publish. You prepare and merge your release changes to main. You ensure versions are synchronized with script release sync versions. You commit the final state change. You create and push signed tag pointing to that commit. Git tag as petiglyph v git push origin v At this point, the release artifact workflow starts automatically because of the tag push. Yeah, I tag locally and then I push. GitHub artifacts workflow runs. Event context is push with ref tags vxyz. Build metrics launches parallel jobs for 8 targets each job. For 8 targets. Parallel jobs. Each job checks out the tagged commit. Actions check out pin SHA. Builds target with cross toolchain action pin SHA. Checks out the tagged commit. Builds cross toolchain action pin SHA. Packages archive containing binary plus readme plus license. Upload archive with workflow artifact. Publish job waits for all metrics jobs to complete. Ref context is a tag and naming format. Downloads all bits artifact. Compute sum. Res GitHub artifact upload. GitHub release now has canonical binaries. Let's check some file plus attestations. The npm pipeline workflows do not start until the GitHub release in published state. If you keep the release as draft, GitHub release now has canonical binaries but checksum plus attestations. Is in published state. If you keep the release as draft, registry workflows do not run. Once published, release published even triggers both registry workflows. npm workflow runs. Checks out exact add commit from release event. Checks out exact tagged commit from release event. Uses pinned setup node. Verified release integrity. JS release verified tag. Download release assets. Verify download assets with verify tags for consistency. Stage binaries from release archives into platform package. Verifies every expected platform binary exists. Runs npm pack dry run for each package. Publishes platform packages first and meta package. npm publish. Use IOIDC trusted publishing. Protect npm environment. Will Python will build job checkout tag and build will with maturing action. SD this job build source distribution. Build outputs are uploaded to the workflow artifact. Test pipe publish job requires test pipe integrity. Download wheels. Publishes to test pipe with unsuccessful. Test pipe publish requires pipe environment approval. How do the test py and the final py stuff works? Do I need to validate something? Does it work automatically? Qt controls active during this flow. Actions are pinned to immutable commit shows. Minimal token permission asset per workflow. Registry publish jobs require environment gate. Integrity is checked before npm pipe publication. Canonical binaries are produced once. Tag workflow and consume downstream. What does not happen automatically? Your publish is not automatic. You still run and push AOR repo manually. Runtime validation on real target machines automatic for every target you still run. Look for time check before announcement. Not fully automatic by default. It is gated. How it works? You publish a GitHub release. Pipe publish starts. Build will. Build as dist. Uploads build artifact internally. Publish test pipe just wait for build jobs, then pauses at environment gate if you configured required reviewers. After approval, it publishes to test PyPy via OIDC trusted publishing. Publish PyPy depends on successful test PyPy publish, then pauses at environment gate. After approval, it publishes to real PyPy. So yes, you usually need to validate approve something, approve test PyPy, and approve PyPy. If you remove required reviews on those environments, then it becomes mostly automatic after release publish. What you should validate between gates. Confirm test PyPy publish succeeded. Create a clean VM and install from test PyPy. Pip install index URL. Extra index URL. Run petiglyph. Up. Only then approve PyPy environment. They give you a safe staging then production flow. Add these steps to the PyPy workflow. Runs are useful. How they are like other gotchas like this in the step-by-step description of the workflow. Things I need to check manually to make sure all is good. Text points to the intended commit. Verify before pushing tag. Tagging an old commit. GitHub release state. NPM only trigger on release publish, not draft. Confirm you didn't actually publish too early. Too early? Too early? What do you mean too early? What? What do you mean at too early? Check all expected target character attached. Pushing a GitHub release before you intend to trigger register publication. Tag push starts artifact build workflow. NPM start only when GitHub release becomes published. So too early. Examples: you publish release immediately without checking artifact checksums first. You publish while release notes are incomplete. You publish before you're ready for npm PyPy to potentially go live. You publish before compiling environment gate review are available. Push tag, wait for release workflow to finish, then publish. Mais it's all automated, no? So stage binaries from release archives info into platform package directories via But is it not all automated? What is automated? Tag push build artifact, checksum attestation are generated. npm PyPy workflow start on publish command run automatically inside workflow. What is still manual? Deciding when to create push release tag. Yeah. Deciding when to publish the GitHub release. Environment approvals. npm test PyPy if required viewers are enabled. Staging validation between test PyPy and PyPy. Recommend manual gate and AUR publish current manual. So it's an automated pipeline with human gates, not fire and forget fully automatic. You publish your GitHub release, npm. You still run and push release prepare AUR. Runtime validation on real target machines. You run smoke to yeah. Okay, then press like add specific details about all this in the release guide because it was not clear. Be very explicit about those things. 3.2, 3.2. 3.1. Huh? Where's 3.2? 3.1? But am I crazy? What? Ah. Ah, voilà. Visit manual. Use this section as the control plane reference. Manual action. Think review. Read push. Wait for artifact. Really. This is the event that starts in February. Wait. Run test by. Perform a UR publish manually. Automatic actions. GitHub action perform these. Build metric execution for these artifacts. Release asset creation, checksum generation, attestation generation, npm workflow execution after release is published. Piper workflow execution after release is published. Trusted publishing token exchange through OIDC at publish time. If you want more automatic in review, that reduces safety. Require reviewers, stage without required reviewers, continue automatically after review. Keep required reviewers enabled for npm. Okay. Okay. In 3.12, artifact built and attached to relationship machines allowed to start. Push release until you are ready for after run manual staging. Yeah. Behavior summary with required review enabled for stage and without required review continue automatically once per job. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Let's do a review. Review a commit. Custom review instructions. Review the last five commits. Review the last 5 commits. I mean, no, actually. Review the current state of the files created, modified in the last 5 commits. Review the current state of the code base when it comes to what has been implemented on those. There. I don't know. The release automation introduces a failing package of path wheels are coming without the required course leaking setup that breaks the new publishing pipeline even if there is still builds. Review comment build. Okay. Look at the review here and investigate and fix. Okay. And I want also CrossOS DC443. DC443. I mean, yeah. As release. Okay, last one, and then I leave. I did not find any actual regressions. The clipboard provider refactor propagation into UI status and at the small kids test for internal consistent and aligned with the state. CrossOS compatibility gold, but very nice. Very nice, very cool. But here I end then up. Thank you very much for being here. Good night, good evening, good day to you, and we see you. I see you later Thursday. Right now, I don't have a reason to cancel, so yeah. Well, since the month of May is coming to an end, therefore my dating will also come to an end. So maybe I'll try to squeeze in a few more dates just in case before I leave for Mother's Day for a few days at the end of May, beginning of June. So maybe I will cancel a stream or two, you know. But voilà. But after the dating month is done, I stop the dating. I'm fed up with this bullshit. I'm fed up with these dog shit dating apps that are annoying. Nobody likes me. Or the only one that bon. No, some do like me. The problem is that the one that like me, I don't like, and the one that I like, they don't like me. You know? So yeah, it's a bit annoying how it works. You know, it's been yesterday I did my 5th date of the month, I think, or the last 2 months. Yeah, something like that. Since April, because I started re-downloading the apps in April. Yeah, fifth date. Still nothing. What about the Brazilian? Yeah. I'm not motivated. No, 5. No, 5. Not 50. I said 50? No. Not 50. 5. 5 dates since like a month and a half. 5. Yeah, and the Brazilian guy, bon, yeah, I'm not motivated, you know? I told him, huh? I told him that I was not motivated for a long-term relationship. I mean, he's a nerd like me. He's a geek, you know, so we like the same things. I also met another nerd yesterday, where I also don't want anything more, but he's also a nerd and a geek who watches anime and play video games and stuff, you know? So I have a good time with those. I had a good time with those guys. It's just that, yeah, I don't want to be in a couple. 5 is better than 50, yeah. 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 I mean, usually I do 3. Usually I do like 3 dates and then I surrender. Well, this year, since it's been this year, it's been 5 years that I've had a real relationship. I'm like, come on, dude, you need to get your shit together, you know? But it just doesn't fucking work. I don't know. You know? I had 0 dates in 2020. Celibate. Well, not now that you have a job, you are way more dateable, you know? I think that's one of the aspects that, irks the gays head, when I date, is that they realize that I don't have a stable job and I don't have a stable revenue, you know? And so I think they don't like that because they're a bit like the girls, they like they like their stability, and I don't give a shit about the stability. I like the risk and ambition, and usually the funniest thing is that they often say on their bio, the gays, oh, I like an ambitious guy or whatever. Yeah, they don't want to have the risk associated with the ambition, though. They only want the wealth. They want a rich guy. And when they say, oh yeah, I want an ambitious guy, yeah, they just want a rich guy, basically, that has a stable job. That's their that's what they actually want. But of course I'm not like this. I am ambitious, but I don't have the stability yet. I want to get rich for sure, but I'm not going to get rich by a voilà. You know, I have to go through to the trenches. Yeah. Bon, is it very surprising? Maybe not. I'm not an ambitious guy and not rich. Well, you are stable though, and that's what most people want. That's what most girls want. That's also what most gays want. It turns out, and I think that's a big thing that pushes them away from me, especially after the date, like during the date. And I also saw that with my ex. I remember, these phases, like when we are together, it it works very well, like the synergy is there. As soon as a guy leaves me and has to communicate with me like at a distance or whatever, stuff breaks down, because I guess the logical brain comes back on. you know and the logical brains want stable job stability, and so it just pushes the emotional brain that was receptive during the dates pushes to the side, and they just think to themselves, maybe, oh, he's just not a serious guy. I guess something like this is happening. At least I feel it. uh, well, even though, to be fair, while I did have a stable job, it didn't work either. So maybe I'm just very, I don't know, something is wrong with me, or maybe I'm just like, I'm just attracted to guys that are too good for me. Probably I will stay alone of my life. I'm not emotionally stable. Well, you are financially stable, and that's all they care about. The fact that you are not emotionally stable is probably better, because women are not emotionally stable either, and they love when there is some stuff going on. So don't worry. I will die soon, probably. No, Nat. Don't know when, but soon enough. Days, years, decades? Well, I don't know. Well, decades, yeah, maybe. Yeah, in 7 decades, yeah. You will probably die, Nat, yes. I'm telling you. Yeah, like most of us. Except Brian Johnson. Brian Johnson, he will live forever because he has this longevity stuff. Yeah. No. Yes, you will die in 7 decades. If you're not dead in 7 decades, you're good, huh? You are, you have a strong constitution. You will be a how do you say, centenarian, right? You will be a centenaire in French, you know? But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Because like, at the same time, I can't like bring myself to be with someone that I'm not actually attracted with. I cannot actually like force myself, you know? I don't care. Like, like I know that some girls and some gays also, I suspect, because they have a feminine mind in a way. Sometimes they like better the state of having a boyfriend than actually being in love with the boyfriend. I could never work. I could never do this. Like, I could never be with someone just for the sake of being with someone. This is so crazy to me. Like, why would I impose this on myself? I need to be in love. I need to be attracted, and based on the attraction, if the person, like, it's just like based on the physical attraction. Then if the person is also nice, and has other qualities or whatever, then I can also fall in love. But like, if I'm not physically attracted at the base, nothing happens. Like, it's there's no glue. I don't give a shit. And I can't just like build a family with this, or like I can't build a family unit where I want to have children in the future built around this. Like, that's not possible. I had one girlfriend. Well, yeah, then you know what it is. I also had one girlfriend. You know? That's why I tell myself, maybe I could just take a girl, random girl. But again, the random girls, I'm not attracted to even the most cute girls. I'm attracted to specific cute girls that are pretty rare. So it would take like 50 times more work to find these kinds of girls. Ugh, too much work. One girlfriend and 100 boyfriend. Yes. Not 100. I think overall, I met. I mean, yeah. I guess I met around like maybe 35, 40 people since I'm 20, you know, since I'm like 19. I mean, my first gay was 19 when I was 19. Yeah, it's like 35, 40, and my body count is more like 30, I think. 30, max 35. Well, it's pretty, I guess compared to the average person, this is a lot, but that's because of the gays. For the gays, it's easy to have sex than for the straight guys, or for the straight girls also. I mean, for straight girls, it's easy to have sex, but they don't want to have easy sex most of the time. So yeah, you know, like most people at the end of their 30s have like 3, 4 body counts, but maybe 1 or 2 relationships or something. I think most humans end up with less than 10 partners, you know, like where they were in a couple at the end of their life. Less than 10, most people. 90. I had 1 girlfriend and 2 meetings since I was born. 1 meeting was with my girlfriend, though. Yeah, like dates, you mean? Meetings? Yeah, dates, yeah. Well, yeah, then, you know, you need to, especially now that you have a cool job at the central bank, that's the time to spin up the apps, you know? I'm sure the girls would like a stable guy like you know? When they and you put in very explicit term like I am an engineer at the central bank. Pwah! Matches, you know, you'll get lots of matches, I'm sure. I can't do this. It's not my kind of thing. Well, Nat, you know, nowadays most people meet online. You know, is like I think there's like 60 or 70% of the couples who met online. I'm like a fisherman. I just wait. Well, to fish, you need to have your cane, you know, your fishing cane, and you need to sweep up the, you know, you need to throw the bait. Huh? You can't fish any fish if you stay on the shore and you don't throw anything. Huh? The fish are not going to get into your arms, you know. You need to throw the bait, and the bait, Nat, is that you are kind of cute and you are also you have a very stable job at a big institution that is very impressive. I'm just an observer, and if someone wants to be observer with me, it's okay. I know what you mean, Patty. To fish, I need my little work, huh? What? My little worm. I will show my little worm for women. Yes, exactly. I need my little worm. Yes, you need to show your little worm, Nat. If you want to catch some fish, you know? If you want to catch some fish, you need to, you know, put the little worm in the water. Yes, that's right. Exactly. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. That's how it works, you know. I will show what my little worm can do. Hehe, nothing. Yeah, I mean, you know, like nowadays, 70%. As I said, most people nowadays meet their couple partner online. So you have to go through this, you know. The only thing that you need is that you do need to have perfect photos. Like if a man doesn't have the best photos they can have, like it won't, you know, you need to have like different angles, different situation, and not the photos that you take with your phone on the, sorry, you know, not the photos that you take on your phone like this on the mirror, right? No, 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 no. Or maybe one at least, at most, maybe one, but most of the photos needs to be actually taken by somebody else. If you can actually have like a photographer to, you know, take like an afternoon to take with a real nice camera from afar, you know, nice photos of you, that's the best, because like photos are everything, you know, and yeah, like, you know, it's very important to have good photos to maximize your potential. You know, it's like the marketing. You need to have good marketing. The photos are the marketing. And also, if you take bad photos, it's not good for how you look, you know, because you know, it's like when somebody visits your home and it's a mess, you know, like bad photos, like rushed photos on the dating apps, they also show like, you know, if you care or not, or if you are, you know, like serious or not, in a way, you know, and it does matter. And it's not bad if it's a bit exaggerated from reality, you know, like if you have like just the good angle to make you look like handsome or whatever, do it, you know, because when the date happens, you know, like stuff, you know, people meet and it's different. But when the date ends, the only image that they have of you now is the photos. The photos, you know, even if they're slightly optimistic marketing, it's good too, you know. It's better than not good photos. I don't want to be cuckold. But why would you want to be cuckold? Who asks you to be a cuckold, Nat? I'm pretty sure that my girlfriend will cheat on me. But no, no. You know, women only go with men that they're attracted to. Huh? Women are very selective. They don't, you know, like, even though there can be this like, oh, I want to be in a couple, but you know, women have so many opportunities. They can choose whatever, you know, like they can always choose a guy that they like. So if they go with you, it's because you are one of the guys that they like, you know. Women are crucial job. You need a good CV, and like my actual life, I can't get a job, but the job that I can have, not a good option. Bad salary, bad times, bad things. Women is the same thing. I know I can have a girlfriend, but the ones I can get are not good enough. Ugly, hate me, schizo, blah blah blah, bad things. Women are like, yeah. I mean, look. Everyone needs to make concessions, you know, like we cannot all have the top models, right? Of this world. So, you know, you just have to make some concessions. And they will have to make some concessions too, you know? You know? Um, and it's hard to find which concessions you're ready to do. And for sure, like, yeah, the girls like that, it's a bit annoying. Not just talking about the beauty. Yeah, I see. You're talking about like the psychological, you know, baggage that some of those girls have, right? Like they have, you know, like no, you know, they had problems with their parents or whatever, alcoholic parents or drugs or whatever. So, you know, yeah, crazy family environments or whatever. It produces, yeah, annoying people, right? I mean, not annoying, but yeah, like toxic people usually. I'm sure if I date someone, it's because I think this woman. I'm sure if I date someone, it's because I think this woman is very beautiful, for my eyes. The girl will be perfect. Yeah. I mean, like preferences. It's not only physical. There are some girls that maybe will not be the most beautiful, but you will still be attracted to them because you see something in their genes or the way they take their photos or whatever that you like, right? So yeah, it's more complex even for the men. Even though the men are mostly physical, but physical does not mean that we only like the top models. It's also there's also things that can transpire through the physical also. So yeah, I mean, it's the same for me, right? Like, I like the cute guys, but I know that there are some types of guys that are not the cutest, but they have something that I like. Yeah. Still, even though I know that objectively they would not be qualified like ultra handsome, cute, but sometimes there are aspects that I do, I don't know, some facial features or ways they look that I'm interested in anyway. So yeah. But the girls that I can get and the girls who are interested on me are just bad girls for now. Like girls that kiss anyone, girls that want money even if I don't have, girls that just want to use me and throw away. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, for sure. Um for sure. Those, it's never a question of like, can you date? Because everyone can date. There's always lower kinds of people who will take anyone, right? But usually, unfortunately, those people have a lot of problems, and that's why they're dating anyone, right? So yeah. Although the problem is people are attracted to physical stuff first. If I could talk with more people, maybe I could have a chance. But talk to people, you need to pass in the first thing. Yeah, this is true. I'm not saying this is 100% the case, but this is a thing too. Yeah, this is true. This is true. This is true. But especially for women, uh, you know, like there's more ways to bypass the physical filter with women than with the men. So like good photos of your face, or if you make like like an interesting situation or something that's like since you have long hair, maybe you can style your hair in a way that makes you very badass and with lots of aura. Maybe with your photos you can still farm some aura, even though you have a bit you're not exactly skinny, right? Maybe you can still farm the aura, you know um even though you're a bit fat, but because you're cute and you have long hair and you can style them in a way that makes you look badass. Maybe you can like buy a suit or something that makes you look cool, and you take this picture and you put the picture there, to make you look cool. And the girl, even though they might you know um not yeah, they would like better a guy with a six pack, like you would better have a top model. But just a guy with a job and some aura and a pretty face can be enough sometimes. That's what I'm saying. Like for women it's a bit You know, it's a bit more complex for the women for when it comes to physical stuff. It's not as essential, you know. But yeah, you do need to have some. You do need to put some work to make sure. Yeah, but you see, this guy didn't know how. Yeah, his face is a bit weird, but like, look at this photo. Look at his fucking t-shirt. He doesn't know how to put himself. He doesn't know how to farm the aura. You know, he doesn't know. And actually, he did manage to farm the aura by just telling his story there, right? By being a public figure, because he told this and it has 20 million views. He farmed enough aura that now some girl wants him, you know? So yeah. You don't know his history? Yeah, I know his history. I mean, I remember this. And I think I heard about this too. When he found a girl, you know? And so yeah, it's not about, you know, yeah, it's about the physical, but there's also more to, you know, than the physical. You know, you can see, like, look at this. He looks like a fucking girl. Like, look the way he holds himself, and you know, like, no. Of course, you know, if he presented himself like this on the dating apps or whatever, of course he got, you know, no dates because he looks weird. But he just need to present himself a bit better, you know, like to show the girl that, yeah, like, even though I was not born with the good advantages, I can still, you know, try to seduce, and I'm doing, you know, a good job at you know, trying to farm the aura. I don't know how to say it other than, you need to farm the aura, okay? You need to show the girl that you are an aura farmer, okay? The girl loved him. I don't want to be something that I don't. I don't want to be something that I don't. Well, yeah, I know the girl love him, but he did that. He got the girl after this story. Huh? He got, you know, 5 years ago, and then it's 1 month ago. So first he published, when this video was published, he didn't have a girlfriend and he was struggling. He was not getting any dates, and he said to the journalist there, or maybe to his own YouTube channel or something, that, oh yeah, it's because I'm ugly. Yes and no. You know, there are very ugly persons with like big ass tumors on their face that still get a wife, you know? Why is that? Oh, they're not ugly? Yes, they're ugly, but there's other things about them that, you know, can be attractive to people, you know? Like, it's not all about the physical. There's also everything else, you know? I don't have aura. Yes, you have aura. You just haven't cultivated your aura. But the aura generating gland is there, Nat. You just need to take care of it, you know? And to squeeze it to increase the aura. And once you have, you know, generated a lot of aura, the girls come, you know? You just need to take photo like this, you know? Just need to take photo like this, you know? And it will work. I need songs to farm before. I mean, I agree with you. I not disagree. Yeah, you know, like stuff is possible. And you know, like most, you know, I swipe a lot of guys, girls sometimes, but there's so many guys with shitty pictures, you know, that don't put them in any advantage. You know, like they, you know, like there are a ton of people who have pictures, you know, like in a very bad angle where they're like, you know, don't do that. Don't put this photo in this, you know, on your profile. It's to attract people, you know. Don't put like this. Come on, you know. Put yourself in a nice, cool position and take the photo. You know, I don't know. You know, like because it's I don't know, it creates like a first impression. You know, like the photos that you see on the apps are the first impression, and so yeah, if it's a badly taken photo, the first impression is bad. You know, and people often are like, oh yeah, but I just want to show my true self or whatever. No, dude, it's not your. No, people are trying to be cute and to date cute people, so try to be at least cool or cute, or find the right angle or something. Come on, you know, people will see the real you at the date, but before the date you need to work on the fucking marketing. And we know, like pretty photos are just pretty photos. It's okay. And when you meet the person, other stuff comes into place, like the job. Do you make jokes or not? What are you talking about? What are your interests? Stuff like that. I just don't talk to people anymore. Well, you talk on streams all day long, Nat. So you know how to talk with people? Tell me. No, I'm telling you. And I'm not the type of person to. And when we go on Discord, you talk the same. You are a very chatty person on Discord too. You make jokes and stuff. So you stop lying to me. I'm the type of person to use mobile apps. Well, you should become one. Then it's because you're gay, petit. This is why men took photo like this. It's called his vision. Nah, streams are different. Internet's different. Me on internet and me on the phone are different things. No, because most of the people of your generations are also on the internet. It's one thing that I discovered lately. It's that I was not aware recently. Is that, yeah, in my generation, 20, 30-year-old people, I always forgot before, like in the years before, to ask people if they watch anime, for example, or series. And now I always ask because, yeah, I discovered that everyone watch fucking anime. It turns out, everyone has their favorite anime. Whether it's like Dragon Ball Z from when they were 10 years old, or a Free Ren, or a Full Metal Alchemist, or One Piece, like everyone has an anime in mind. So now I'm always asked. So now all my dates, I always ask, "Do they watch an anime?" And and that starts a conversation. And the answer is almost always yes. So do that too. Stuff like that, like stuff that interests you. Tell, even if the stuff that interests you sounds maybe nerdy or geeky or internet machin. You never know. A lot, like for example, I dated this guy that sounded extremely gay and not interested in nerdy stuff, and it turns out he was a big Paradox game player, Stellaris. Maybe I should contact him again, by the way. Now I'm thinking, because he just has a weird way to manifest his personality. But actually, we had a lot of, and he was kind of small and he was kind of cute. So maybe I should, yeah, like people have, if you like the internet, tell people you like the internet. Because a lot of people are like you. They're like, oh, nobody likes. I'm just so special and stuff. No, you're not special. You're not special. A lot of people like the internet, and so just talk about, talk about that. I guess I discovered why you're dating are doing bad. I can see a pattern now. What is the pattern, Nat? I'm talking too much about my nerdy interest. Yeah. I mean, there's one thing that I think I'm going to stop talking about because, well, I'm not sure if it was had any impact, but I did start about my UFO interest in the first like 2-3 dates. But to be fair, even in the dates that the guys want to know me more, and I'm not that interested, I also talked about the UFOs, so maybe it doesn't matter. You know, at the end of the day, yeah, nothing matters. If things need to happen, they will happen. If things will not happen, they will not happen. You know, it's like when the alien abducts you. You don't actually are. You are not actually in control. You know, stuff happens if it needs to happen. Anime and nerds things, at least the anime. Yeah, but there's so many people that watch the anime, and you know, especially I have this very, I think, good way of not sounding too weird and too weeb. You know, it's like I said, oh yeah, I usually don't watch series and anime, but lately I forced myself to watch Dan Da Dan, and I forced myself to watch Foundation because usually I don't watch series and anime, but I told myself I needed to watch more anime, you know, because it's been a long time I've seen anime. So, you know, just in case if the person is not interested, I'm like, oh yeah, no, I usually don't watch anime, you know. And it's true. I don't watch anime. It's just that it's just that I'm in a weird space where I would like to watch more anime, but I don't because I'm too lazy and my mind is, you know, cluttered with other stuff. Sure, I have a good way to ask nerd things. Yes, it's just to pretend that I'm not a nerd, and then like, are you? But you're asking, do you want to watch Naruto with me, please? And we can watch UFO stuff and One Piece. Dude, I literally did that yesterday. I literally did that yesterday. Yesterday, my date. So I went with my date, you know, and we took some bubble tea. We walked a little bit in my neighborhood, and I was like, "Hey, do you want to come at my place? I have downloaded a bunch of animes. Do you want to watch with me?" And he said, "Yeah." And so we came, and then we watched the anime. But since he was extremely like he was, I underestimated how top energy he had, and he was very like I just couldn't. So we actually just watched the anime, you know, like Friends. I actually watched. It's not the anime that we watched. Actually, we watched Rick and Morty. You know, because I also downloaded Rick and Morty. So we watched like 6 episodes of Rick and Morty without doing anything. Actually, you know, because I didn't want to. I told him. And it was funny, you know. So yeah, I do literally have dates just to watch anime and cartoons with guys, with my dates. Yes. Here is where I will make you a woman. What? Oh wow. Yes, that's literally what I did. Yeah. Here is where you will receive all my Sharingan energy. Lay there, girl, and receive my Sharingan energy. Or my whatever the name. I don't know. The Sharingan is the stuff in the eye, right? So I don't remember what is the name of the ball. You know. Yeah, exactly. I will show to you my 9 tails. Voila, that's the good one. I will show you. Lay down here. I will show you my 9 tails. I will show you my inner fox. You know? Do you like furries? Do you like foxes? And then I whip out the fur suit. Here, girl. You can grab my two Rasen guns. Yeah, it's Rasen gun. You can grab my Rasen gun here. Oh yeah. This is why both of us are alone. Yes, probably. Yes. Mm. Yeah. I mean, I also like the one guy that, and it was so, I'm so frustrated. You know, the guy that ghosted me. I think I think I literally, but I'm not sure. Maybe he was just like hanging on the thread because I had like unresolved stuff with him. And it was just an unfortunate sequence of events that made us have 3 dates for some reason. Because like first date, I pay his drinks, and he's like, "Oh, it's the way for you to have a say. I will have to like have a second date to pay also your drinks or whatever." And I was like, "No, I'm just do that because I'm a gentleman." But I was like, "Okay, whatever." Then he comes second date at my place. We do stuff, and then he forgets his belt after the second date. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna give you your belt next time we see each other, right? And so at the third date, I came back with his belt. And I gave him back, and then he paid for the drinks. And I guess that's why. He kept on. And then it was and I guess after the third date, it was all settled, right? So the more I think about it, the more like, maybe that's why we dated so much and why he ghosted me after. Because maybe he just couldn't let his brain like have the unresolved state of, not having his belt and maybe like not paying the drinks or something. I don't know, but like, because when you think about it, about like maybe 3 dates is a lot, but actually it turns out that maybe it was just what he needed to think, oh, okay, it's settled. I don't owe this guy anything anymore, you know? So I can just ghost him now. Yeah. And at the same time, why do I say this when you say that's why we are both alone? I was also extremely like talkative. I talked too much with him. Well, I guess if he was interested, he would talk more back, right? But I was extremely, maybe I made him a bit afraid that I was too invested into the beginning of something that was not so serious to him, I guess. But even though he's a weird guy. Stuff, yeah. We did stuff. Yeah. And so because I was a bit too invested, and I wanted to like probe him a bit too much about his inner demons or whatever. But even though he did tell me everything, so I was just curious. And I'm like the pseudo therapist guy. I like to talk about everything that's wrong in your life since your childhood. I'm this kind of guy. I'm going to make you throw up everything that happened with your dad, with your mom, when you were 4 years old, and all the frustration and the lack of love that I'm going to make you vomit all of that, and just so that I can look into it. I'm this kind of guy, and I think for him it was probably not the good thing to do. But it's just that it's fascinating to me. But yeah, maybe he was just not into that. And I was also very demonstrative in my beginning of like love and sentiment that I was starting to develop for him, because at some point I because he was not, he would not answer my messages, So I was like, hey, dude, I'm starting to develop feelings for you. Like, come on, you can, what's going on? Like, do you have something else or what? And he never told me if he had something else, somebody else, if he had somebody else. So I guess maybe there was something like this, or just he was not very interested. So yeah, and like, yeah. Now I'm trying to convince myself that yeah, it would have never worked anyway. And so I should stop thinking about it. And I should stop talking about it on stream. Because it was never meant to happen. It was, we were never meant to be together. Even though, well, I'm going to continue now. Even though I thought that I could help him, but I guess he wasn't into that. Yeah. You see, I'm continuing, so I need to stop. I need to stop now. You can't. Yeah, I can't. Right? Stop. I can't stop. I'm looping. I'm looping. I'm not looping. You can't help people, Petit. Yeah, I know. I know, but I won't. And if I want, and if I feel that I can, I like to tell people, hey, I can help you, dude. I literally sent him a message saying, I'm the best person you can meet right now. Do you imagine the megalomania that you have to have in your ego to tell that to someone? I'm just the best person you can meet right now. I sent him a message where I told him this. Isn't that's a bit crazy? No wonder he stopped talking to me. Because yeah, it can appear a bit weird. It's just that he told me like he goes to the psychologist, so I was very wow, okay, cool. He's working on himself. Like I'm probably because like my mom educated me in the psychology books because she did a therapy too when she was younger. I mean, no, actually, when after the divorce with my dad, she did a psychotherapy and she understood a lot of stuff about her own like mental processes that came from like her parents and stuff, her childhood, and she became very into psychology and she educated me with this psychology aspect a lot, and so now I'm a bit initiated about all of these issues. So and what is your problem to send I'm the best thing? Shut up, motherfucker. I didn't say shut up, motherfucker. I just said I'm the best. I'm the best for you. My dude, I think I'm just the best. I just said to him like I'm just the best. I mean, I can tell you what I sent him at all because I still have the messages. I still haven't archived the conversation, because in a way I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting for him to go back to the conversation. I haven't still totally surrendered. But yeah, voilà. Yeah. I'm not an expert or a psychologist, but I'm a bit initiated with all the subject that you are discussing with your psychologist, with your psychotherapist. Dude. Of course he's afraid. That's a crazy person that say that. Or maybe a manipulative person that sounds like this. I tell myself that it can be useful in addition of being erratically non-toxic and honest in my feelings, contrary to the other dumbass, his ex. Wow. Yeah, no wonder he's not answering. Petit so toxic. I'm not toxic, I'm anti-toxic. You know? No. I think I'm genuinely, because like he told me his ex was like, you know, the kind of toxic person who would like take him and then repel him and then take him back, repel, and not accept any relationship, you know? That I guess you know, like he called it a situationship, but you know, that's basically what people call when you know, it was a fuck boy, you know, like he just wanted to have casual sex with him and he wanted something more and the guy didn't want more, um but he still like was friends with him or whatever. But yeah, so I'm very different, you know. So you know, there is a part of me that's like, maybe the guy is just addicted, you know, to toxic relationship. He cannot fall in love with the guy that is not like running away from him or something, you know. And of course, in this case, well, I'm not a good guy, but at the same time, I'm like, well, maybe he's not going to fix his problems then, you know. And then indeed, I should not try to help him. He's going to, he's just going to fuck up his life, you know. Or if he's lucky, he's going to find another guy that actually is a bit comprehensive, you know, understanding, like me. But like most people are not, you know. So yeah. And you know, like he had so many problems. He had so many problems, dude. He had so many problems. He told me stories where I was like, oh fuck. You know, like maybe not stripper level, like fucked up, you know, but just below. You know, like it was like I was going to, I told myself when he told me that, oh, I was like, oh fuck, I'm going to go through like so much trouble with this guy, you know. But there was something that told me like, hey, let's just try to help, you know, another human. um yeah, I'm a stripper level. Really? You go on this, you dance naked on the strip clubs, Nat? Do you do private dances and stuff? I mean, at some point, everyone have many problems. Oh yeah, but like, well, you know, I guess he's never going to watch this stream because you know he's. Voilà. But basically, there was drugs problems, you know, probably, or affiliate or related to drugs, you know, and like, you know, drugs and partying with the gay layer on top of that. That means sex is also involved, you know, all this sewer rat kind of environment, you know. Voila. Oh, you know, that's like, even like when he told me everything, I took a few days to just process what she just told me because I was dumbfounded, you know, by the depth of the depravity that he just told me about. And in a way, he probably told me this retrospectively to actually push me away, you know, like probably. He probably told me all these very, like, he told me the worst that he could have told me. He told me on the third date. So maybe it was to push me away in a gentle way, I guess, you know, like he told me his worst anecdotes, you know, that would like make any reasonable man run, you know, run away from the stripper, you know, because the stripper has all these STDs and stuff, you know. um, he told me all of these stories on the third date, so the last one we had, the last time I saw him, you know. Maybe it was to push me away, actually. Yeah. Because you don't tell those stories to someone you want to attract, actually. You know, if he really wanted to attract me, he would have he would have hidden this. You know? So yeah. Could be. But you were trying to fix him. Yeah, that's right. That's right. I heard those stories and I told myself, "Oh, that's fucked up." And then I told myself it's still salvageable. You know? After a few years, a few days, I was like, "Well, I'm ready to take on the challenge." You know? I'm ready to take on the challenge. But yeah. Maybe he didn't want me to take the challenge, and in a way, thank God for me, you know. Too bad for him, I guess, but thank God for me. At least I will not have to deal with all these problems. Oh, but that's horrible that like the next guy he's going to meet, because so the one thing that we shared and that convinced me to fix him in a way is that we both want like a family, you know? And the first conversation we had on the app was about how we were going to educate our children, you know, and stuff. So it was, I had always this perspective when I thought about him. But yeah, you know? Ah, yeah, so the next guy is not going to tell him all that. Oh, and then when the guy discovers, whoa. Because most guys don't have the same mental processes as me when it comes to this stuff, you know, like, because I saw like a path towards salvation because I knew that he was seeing a therapist and stuff like that, you know, so that stuff was. But most people don't see therapists in a good way. They think that therapists, you know, especially the men, the masculine men, the tops and stuff, they see therapists are for, you know, they think that therapists are for people with like crazy problems or whatever. Or they don't think they need it, or they don't know what is the use, or you know, they have a much like less deep understanding of what's going on. Yeah, so well, I guess he's going to continue having to have these problems. Huh? Too bad for him, I guess. I start my day saying, "Oh, I'm sorry to call you here. Actually, you will lose all your time with me. I have nothing for you. Look, my fat belly. Also, you need to pay the account because I don't have money. You know, I actually have no idea why I don't have a woman." Well, Nat, now that you have a salary, you can pay. You have the money now. You know, you have the central bank money. You can pay for everything now. You know, you have the Ferrari. You can buy the Ferraris. You know, to impress the girl. Like that's enough. Huh? I have loans. You have loans. You know, you can say, "Hey, baby, if you want, I can commit fraud and make your loan disappear." Ahaha. Ahaha. And then I will end up in prison. Ahaha. Can do that for you, girl. You know? Oh, yeah. You know? Hey, baby, we can marry, and then I start with my hierarchy. You will have all my loans. What do you think, girl? Yeah, you know? Well, you mean your loan? Did you take a loan already? No. You just started your job. Have you already went to the bank and you took some loans already? What is loan? A loan is when you borrow money from the bank, you know, like to buy a house. Oh, maybe you mean debts. Debt. Yeah, it's debt. Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, it's different. Yeah. Okay, debt, yeah. I mean, it's related, right? Like a loan is a debt, but yeah, loan is like the money you get, you know? It's not the debt in itself. Yeah. Yeah, so you know, look, I guess you know my my hope is that on a misunderstanding I meet someone who actually likes me and who doesn't care too much about financial stability. But yeah, I guess most of those guys, same as the girls, they are, you know, low life, drug infused people, right? And I don't want to date those either because I'm not drug infused. So I don't know. I just hope there is a misunderstanding somewhere. And then the guy just falls in love, you know? And also me. Because again, if it was only one guy that needs to fall in love, it would be easy, right? There are guys that would fall in love with me. It's just that usually they're not the ones that I'm attracted by too, you know? That's a bit annoying. I guess the best people are like me. Yes. Yeah. Alex Enid can are awesome. But I guess the best people are very low profile. What? Wait, are you saying that? Or am I saying that? Did you say this like me? I'm not saying that because I'm awesome, but I guess the best people are very low profile. I am. Ah, yeah, you are. Okay. Not, you know. Well, all the best people that I meet on the apps, they're all very low profile, you know. I'm so much higher than that. Yeah, that's right. That's why we can't find anyone that. It's because we are too selective, you know? We target higher than ourselves, you know? Like we target people that are over our league, you know? The people who are good are not on Tinder or Grindr. Well, for the gays on Tinder, it's like, you know, the long-term app. Like the Grinder and Hornet also is for the short term. But even though I checked the Grinder and Hornet a few days ago, just in case, you know? And there's not any more there. Like, most people are not there. It's always the same. I mean, there's not a lot of guys on the sex apps anymore, you know? I mean, I guess the millennials and the zoomers, they don't have sex anymore. So no wonder, you know? We have less and less sex. So even the sex apps, even for the gays who are like the most, you know, sex enthusiastic community, I guess. Even among the gays, we don't have those anymore that much. It's only old people. It's only the boomers who are still having sex on the gay sex apps. Can you believe it? Like all the young people are not even on the apps anymore. You know? The young people want a real committed relationship. Oh. Wow. Cringe. I know you're being ironical, but this is the exact problem. Thank you, God, for we having less sex nowadays. I have a chance now. Yes, I mean, I don't know. You know, there is a part of me that doesn't like casual sex, but there is a part of me that thinks that sometimes you also meet people through casual sex that you wouldn't have met if you just swiped for long-term relationships. You know what I mean? Like sometimes when we want casual sex, we are less selective because we just want to bust it out, you know? And so I feel like maybe, I mean, in some ways it's a good thing, but in other ways, maybe there's a lot of lost opportunities too by people not having casual sex, because usually people are less selective when they do casual sex, you know, when it's just like to, you know, spend like an hour or two with someone and then leave. You don't care if the person is perfectly, you know, attractive to you. You don't care about, you know, for the girls being fucked in the ass and for the guy to fuck an ass, you know, or for the gays, you know. And that's but you still get to meet someone. You still get to talk a little bit. You still get to, you know. And sometimes maybe that can trigger stuff. So yeah, sometimes I'm telling this to myself. But at the same time, I don't like to have too much casual sex because there's STDs and stuff, you know, involved. I don't want to have STDs, especially with the gays. You know, with the gays who have sex a lot, there's a lot of STDs. I don't want to have that. You know, so like there's good sides, but bad sides. Bon, depends. But you have two hands yet control your instinct. Yeah, right. I mean, that's what I've been doing. You know, like in the last few years. You know, I have not had much sex. In this month, just with my 5 dates here, I had more sex than the last 360 days, you know? Because like I didn't have any sex in the last year. Even though I could, you know, because with the gays, bon, it's easier, right? But I just don't like, because yeah, the gays are dirty. I guess the gays who have the most sex on the sex apps and stuff, like, I don't want to touch those guys. You know, the other day there is I tried once on the sex apps, on so, you know, casual apps. God damn it, the first guy I hit up that was like not very far from me. The first guy, and it was a cute Asian guy, you know? So I was like, oh, maybe he's a bit less dirty and sewerati than the rest, you know? Maybe he, yeah. God damn it. The first thing he asks me about, like, how he would want is to have sex, it is to have unprotected sex. And I was like, fuck, dude. Those fucking rats are, yeah, it's all fucked up. You know, this guy has 1,000 STDs. If the first thing he asks a guy when he wants to have casual sex is, oh, can you fuck me unprotected? You know, like, come on. Wow, that's fucked up. You know? Because if he asks that to me, he asks that every day to every other guy, you know? And he's like, dude, that's crazy. You know? Well, that's the gays. That's the gays. Especially the gays. Like, the ones who needs the most to be protected are the gays. The straight people are a bit less, you know, susceptible. But the gays, like, there's lots of STD because there's lots of sex. Ah, the first guy I meet, oh, unprotected sex? I'm like, no, and I block the guy because, like, fuck, this guy is just rotten, you know? And then I uninstalled all the apps, all the casual apps. One, oh my god, another thing I don't want to know, and now I know. I will not do a handshake with you anymore. Well, I didn't have sex with the guy. I didn't move. What happened? I stayed at my home. Huh? No, it's like, just to explain to you. I was at my home. I installed the two apps. You know. I'm not talking about sex with other guys. Ah, you're talking about the self caring. Okay. Yeah, sorry. Sorry, Nat. This is blasphemy for you. I know you are a very Catholic person. Sorry. You know, every time I do that, I know Jesus watches me, you know? And he's like, are you masturbating again? You know, like every time I do this, I see Jesus doing this over my shoulder. So I saw that. What you're doing? No, it's not. Voilà. He's like this, you know. Every time I do this, he comes into my room. He's like this, you know. Not unlike do you know the Berlusconi meme? You know, this is Jesus coming into my room in spirit when I do this. You know, he does like this. Voilà. You know? And I'm like, wow. Voilà. Jesus, you make this even worse saying self-pleasure. Self-caring, I said. Self-caring. You know, Jesus, for the last year, you know, most of the past year, voilà, Jesus watching me, watching over me while I, you know, voilà. Isn't that cute? Is that great? I think that's great. Oh, wow. Oh, damn. You need this one that you will never do this again. Yes, I will not use the hand of Jesus. Or maybe I will. Maybe that's even more exciting. You know? Maybe the guy did that on purpose. He was like, Maybe he was like, what would he do? I'm sorry, Jesus. I'm not with this guy. No, yeah. Well, Jesus knows, you know, what's up, huh? I think. He's on our hearts. He's in our hearts at everyone, you know? He's in the hearts of everyone. And in our arm and hand sometimes also too. You know? Yeah. You know, on the European subreddit, like to Western Europe for you, every time there's a pretty girl on one of the posts, people post this gif, and this is just the funniest thing to me, you know. Like Berlusconi died, right? But look, his legacy is still here, you know. Berlusconi. You know, Berlusconi once said that he didn't allow any minister in his government. He didn't want to nominate any man as minister in his government if the man hasn't slept with at least 30 women. He said that like unironically because he said if you haven't slept with at least 30 women, you don't know how politics work. Isn't that crazy? Uh, isn't that crazy? This is terrible. Yeah, right? That's Berlusconi. You. Berlusconi. Silvio. Silvio Berlusconi. Yeah. But I need to leave for good. But I wanted to leave early, but actually we kept talking as often. And it's very cool. But I will now leave you for real, Nat, and I will leave you take your shower, of course, you know? As now I know all your habits now, you know? It's always good to talk to you. Yeah, it's always good to talk to you too, Nat. This is what I will do right now. Right? I know, because that's all what you always do. So now I know your schedule. Exactly. But I will leave you now up a reverb effect to signify the true departure of a petit pois. And yeah, good night, Nat. See you, see you, see you. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Bye bye. Bye 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 bye.